Empecé esto y tenía un estornudo, pero a punto de salir y nada más no salió, no cooperó, no hizo nada. Así que muy buenos días a todos ustedes, muy feliz lunes. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana y que estén listos para darle con todo. Aunque feliz día de la independencia a todos mis amigos en México que celebran con la derrota de Canelo tristemente. Y pues en domingo. Digo, lunes y martes, así que me imagino que nadie va a ir a trabajar hoy o mañana o pasado, toda la semana, ¿no? De todas maneras, da igual, ¿no? Bueno, espero que todos estén muy bien y pasándolo excelente y festejando si tienen que festejar este Día de la Independencia. Bienvenidos a este Casino del Tío Salo. Ya saben que ahorita vamos a estar viendo los precios de Bitcoin, analizando todo esto. Por cierto, a todos los que entraron en mi corto, felicidades, bien jugado una vez más y estamos esperando, tomé el long también para arriba y ahora me estoy esperando ahorita para volver a entrar. Creo que va a bajar más. Ahorita vamos a platicar más de eso, da igual, con Alex y con Farhan, que saben lo que están haciendo, no con mis pendejadas, que ya saben, totalmente inventadas, sacadas del culo por un viejito que no sabe nada. Así que, por favor, no tomen nada de esto en cuenta. Quiero platicar con ustedes el día de hoy de algo muy interesante. Y creo que voy a empezar en X para poder enseñarles esto. Tiene que ver conmigo, con una publicación que yo hice, ¿no? Y es bastante sencillo lo que les quiero enseñar. Todos ustedes saben que la Reserva Federal se va a juntar el miércoles para decirnos si van a subir o no los intereses. Una fecha muy importante para todo el mundo, ya saben cómo es. Pero acá les tengo que recordar, esto fue el sábado. Recuerda que los intereses ya están bajando. La pregunta es qué tanto. No tienes que esperarte a ver qué dice la Fed. Y esto se los he dicho 1000 veces. El número circulado hace un mes era de casi 6.5%. Esta es la hipoteca que me ofrece mi banco el día de hoy. Los tipos han bajado 0.5% en un mes. Los reales. No estoy hablando de los de la Reserva Federal que cuando los bajaron, que subieron. Estoy hablando de los reales. Este tipo de hipoteca tan barata, y ahora muchos van a decir, pues te has de tener un muy buen crédito. Sí, pero con mi muy buen crédito, la oferta que tenía antes era de 6.5%. Esto quiere decir que efectivamente y realmente han bajado los tipos 0.5%. Ahora, la Reserva Federal va a bajar. Te vale madres. Te tiene que dar absolutamente igual si la Reserva Federal va a bajar o no los tipos. Están bajando los tipos. Es mega, hiper importante entender eso. ¿Para qué tienes que esperarte a ver lo de la Reserva Federal? No, como todo el mundo que está esperando a que Jerome Powell y que, les digo, no vale la pena ver la televisión para nada, no vale la pena ponerte en nada de estas cosas para estresarte y estar pensando en ello. Y ahora, quiero platicar con ustedes de las ocasiones como en 1929, el 2008 y también 1990. ¿Qué tienen todas esas ocasiones en común con lo que en común entre ellas y después lo que estaríamos a punto de vivir si es que se llega a dar? Y ahora, para no hacerles el cuento largo, en 1929 todos ustedes saben que fue la Gran Depresión. En los 1990 fue fue básicamente la crisis que venía del resultado de las crisis de los 80s, que fue la crisis de los ahorros y de los préstamos, ¿no? Y eso se dio en los 2000. En el 2008, ¿qué pasó? La gran crisis financiera mundial, ¿recuerdan? ¿Qué tienen en común todos esos escenarios? Y esos escenarios tienen una cosa grande en común. En este momento todos estamos esperando, y una vez más, solo para darle, ¿no? Me interesa muchísimo que entiendan esto, porque esto los va a hacer a todos ustedes que puedan salir. Si esto juega y ustedes están preparados para esto, aquí es donde van a hacer todo el dinero de su vida. No es para espantar a nadie, y quiero que sepan eso. Si esta información te da miedo, te da ansiedad y así, olvídalo, no tienes que ver este canal, carnal. De todas maneras, te lo agradezco por estar acá, pero no se trata de eso. Se trata de ver las oportunidades y si no, aprender para la próxima, que esperemos no haya próxima. Pero en esta oportunidad, y no es porque no quiera que no haya oportunidades para ustedes, pero no creo que vaya a haber otra. Da igual. En estas ocasiones, en 1929, en 1990, 91 y en el 2008, lo que ocurrió fue la Reserva Federal bajó intereses como loca, ¿ok? Como loca. Pero en contraste a todo lo que todo el mundo espera, cuando bajaron los intereses hubo una contracción de crédito. ¿A qué me refiero con una contracción de crédito? En este momento todos ustedes están con la idea de que la Reserva Federal bajando tipos es como la mejor cosa del mundo. Y lo único que veo son todas estas cuentas de cripto anónimos, que todo el mundo es, la Reserva Federal va a bajar tipos. Eso quiere decir que la máquina de imprimir va a explotar a la alza. Eso que todos ustedes tienen en la cabeza, tal vez no ustedes, pero estas personas y que les están compartiendo a todos ustedes, está equivocado. No tiene que acompañar una de la otra. Y 1929, 1990, el 2008 nos lo prueban. Las crisis más fuertes que hemos vivido, básicamente el sistema financiero ha vivido. Y lo que pasa es, bajan los intereses, pero como hay una falta de dólares, los bancos se vuelven, para protegerse a sí mismos. Según esto, esta es la historia que cuentan. La realidad es que esto genera una desigualdad aún más cabrona para poder... Y esto es por eso lo que yo pienso que esto va a ser el escenario que se pueda dar, porque esto genera más desigualdad. Esto no genera las mismas oportunidades para ti y para mí. Esto solamente le da oportunidades a gente que está lista. Y es por eso que llevo un rato diciendo que debemos estar listos para este tipo de escenarios. Ahora, se da, va a estar de no mames. Tío Salo va a meterse un varo pendejo sin hacer nada. ¿No? Estúpido. No se da, no pasa nada. Lo único que seguimos es en este mismo paradigma en el que estamos. Ya les di los escenarios de qué pasaría en cada situación de tipos. Pero la situación más culera de todas sería justo la que yo estoy planteando en este momento. Y normalmente las situaciones más culeras son las que juegan porque son las que van en contra de todo el mundo. Y si en este momento todo el mundo se volvió un experto en política y se volvió un experto en finanzas y todos los expertos en finanzas ahora están preocupados por inflación, no se preocuparon en el 2020, pero ahora estos nuevos expertos en finanzas están ocupados pensando en nueva inflación, están pensando en precios subiendo, están pensando en recortes de tipos y al mismo tiempo dinero siendo impreso de la nada, aunque no haya ni siquiera una sola indicación de que nos van a encerrar en casa o algo así como la última vez. No existe nada de eso. Y todo el mundo está esperando porque lo que quieren y lo que han sido entrenados es para hacer como las focas que van a que les den de comer los pescados, los entrenadores. Y es como, güey, ok, ya me acabé todo mi pescado, voy a regresar y le voy a abrir la boca a mi entrenador para que me lo dé. El entrenador es el gobierno dándote dinero y mandándote dinero a casa. Y esto es lo que todo el mundo tiene en la cabeza que va a ocurrir. ¿Estamos de acuerdo? Que vamos a bajar intereses, que van a mandar dinero a todo el mundo por alguna razón. La gran impresión es lo que le pone todo el mundo, el the big print, este tren no para, van a seguir imprimiendo y eso quiere decir que va a haber más inflación, las acciones van a continuar subiendo, cripto va a continuar subiendo, van a bajar los tipos, voy a poder comprar, voy a poder endeudarme aún más para poder sentir que soy rico, no entendiendo que soy completamente pobre, aunque tenga todas estas cosas, porque el número en mi cuenta de banco es negativo. Todo esto es a propósito, para que todo el mundo vaya y cometa el error del mundo. Y ese error fue endeudarse en todos estos últimos años a intereses muy altos. Y una cosa que viene acompañada de lo que les estoy contando es deflación. Cuando tienes deflación, que es literalmente no cuando la inflación llega a cero, es cuando la inflación se vuelve negativa y que los precios comienzan a bajar. Cuando tienes ese tipo de eventos, cuando tienes deflación y ves que los precios empiezan a bajar, las tasas bajan, pero el crédito se restringe. ¿A qué me refiero con esto? Que sí, cualquier persona que califique para un préstamo va a poder comprar una casa a 3%. Pero ¿sabes cuántas personas van a calificar para ese préstamo? Una de 1,000 de las que calificaban antes. Y eso va a generar unas oportunidades gigantescas porque estas van a ser las personas que puedan comprar todo al punto más barato de absolutamente todo, dando la falsa ilusión a todo el mundo cuando bajen tipos de que van a poder ir a comprar otra casa. Porque una vez más, lo que va a hacer el banco es, güey, si antes te di el préstamo para esta casa en la que estás ahorita, ahora no te lo voy a dar porque ahora no calificas. Tienes esta deuda, aparte te compraste un coche, tienes tarjetas de crédito y toda la gente así va a poner, es lo que va a ocasionar que las casas bajen de precio, etcétera. Entonces, cuando todo el mundo te está hablando de que la Reserva Federal va a bajar intereses, ya bajaron. O sea, esto ya empezó. Hace un mes A hoy tenemos más de 0.5% de diferencia en los intereses en las hipotecas. Este es un número que no habíamos visto desde el 2022, creo, en las hipotecas. Entonces, a 30 años. Esto es bueno para todos los que queremos dinero barato. Pero aquí va a haber un balance donde todavía te están dando crédito. Ahorita este punto puede ser lo más barato que lo puedas comprar y para otros va a ser que bajen más las tasas y ellos sí califiquen para esos créditos y tú no. Aquí donde va a estar la oportunidad para todos que cuidaron su crédito, para todos los que tienen ahorrado y no tienen un balance negativo, que tienen un trabajo y que han mantenido todo eso constante, van a poder pedir prestado y deberían en ese punto cuando bajen y el dinero esté barato, comprar propiedades o acciones con ese dinero. No, porque dinero barato crece rápido y va a tomar más tiempo de lo normal porque si hay una restricción de crédito. Y ahora, estas restricciones de crédito, para todos los que no sepan, vienen acompañadas de un colapso financiero de algo. Algo tiene que borrar miles de millones de dólares, ¿ok? Y a esto no solamente es que Michael Saylor vendió 2,000 bitcoins. Estoy hablando de que literalmente, como Lehman Brothers, lo que pasó en el 2008, ese tipo de cosas tienen que ocurrir. Estas restricciones de crédito, cuando los bancos se voltean y dicen, no, no podemos prestar, es después de que muchos bancos se van al pito. Entonces, y por cierto, esta va a ser tu indicación en realidad de qué es lo que está pasando. Si ves que hay una crisis financiera ocasionada por un fallo sistémico, es que qué juego tan divertido. Cuando ves una falla sistémica y que ves que la deuda explota, así como loca, si ves eso, ahí tienes que entender que la restricción de crédito va a existir y sí van a bajar los precios y sí van a bajar, va a bajar todo. Y los que van a poder aprovechar esa oportunidad. Ahora, no califico para un préstamo, Alejandro, entonces, ¿qué voy a hacer? Uno, si estás endeudado, carnal, ese es tu problema, o sea, ese ya es un problema gigantesco y tienes que empezar a trabajar para salir de eso. Pero si no estás endeudado y no calificas para un crédito y tienes para empujar, lo que yo diría es, vas a tener que ser muy creativo y salirte de tu zona de confort para pedir préstamos en ese entonces, para poder comprar las cosas antes de que todo el mundo pueda comprar y eso eleve precios. Es lo que yo pensaría si es que se da ese escenario. Y todos estos escenarios empiezan una vez más a darse al mismo tiempo que muchas otras cosas en el mundo. Y yo me pregunto entonces, esto está muy loco, entonces no lo voy a decir. Ok, pero vamos a ver cómo se da esto. Ha sido bastante divertido seguir todo esto, honestamente. Y pues hasta ahora ahí vamos. El hecho que le estén intentando vender a todo el mundo ahorita, Elon Musk está comprando acciones de Tesla, Tesla va subiendo y todas estas cosas, eh, me huele a ese último empuje. Me huele a ese último empuje. Igual también tiene que ver con mi bias de que estoy yo esperando a que baje el mercado en el último cuarto, primer cuarto, el último cuarto de este año o primera cuarto del próximo año y llevo esperando por esto un rato. Vamos a ver si se da o si no, pero yo creo que de acuerdo a todo lo que estamos viendo, estamos cerca de ese kaboom a la alza y después el bajón. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Esto es todo lo que les tengo que poner por acá. Pero más allá de eso, vámonos al casino del tío Salo para que vengan a acompañarnos. Por cierto, a quien guste, tenemos, ya saben que nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy para que le caigan si necesitan lo que sea. Un segundo. Ahí está. Como de que no. Aquí lo tienen. Déjenme, hago esto más grande porque si no, no se ve bien. Aquí está. Elite Trading Academy. Ahí está la invitación aquí abajo. Es completamente gratis para que caigan. Aquí tienen todos los análisis de Alex, donde les pone todo lo que está pensando. Tenemos nuestro criptolingo también. Todos los menús están del lado izquierdo y la ampliación de esas cosas están del lado derecho. Esto es como las abreviaciones que tienes que aprender a entender, mi hermano. Tienes tu chat general también para platicar con todo el mundo, para poder ver cómo vamos, si estamos muy bajistas, muy alcistas, también poder usarlo en contra de tu análisis, a favor de tu análisis, etcétera. Ver a compartir cuánto dinero has hecho con nosotros. Mango, nada mal, un 44,000 dolaritos te llevas. Felicidades. Un 400% a Bitcoin Fan que lo hizo en long. Bien hecho, cabrón. Bien hecho. 200%, 100%, 239% de Bender Rodríguez. Así es, el robot de Futurama está aquí tradeando con nosotros para que lo sepan. Qué locura. Vamos a ver acá, Ultraboten ya usando nuestro B2Nix acá. Nada mal. Ahí vamos, cabrones, un 216%. Yo llevando mis 10, 15, 30%, me siento muy contento. Felicidades a todos ustedes, bola de degenerados, usando apalancamiento como enfermos. Y no digan que no. También aquí abajo, una cosa importante es en Official Links, pícale en Partners y acá vas a tener dos cosas. Uno, el giveaway que estamos armando con Bluffing, justamente hasta $10,000 en el price pool. Se han desbloqueado $6,000 para poder ser ganados. El enlace está ahí en el Discord para que puedas acceder a esto. Y es simplemente un torneo de trading y de volumen, básicamente, para poder entrar, para que lo vean. Aquí está por P&L y aquí está por Trading Volume. Aquí pone los premios hasta ahora con estos $10,000 en regalo. También, si regresamos por acá, van a poder ver que tenemos el enlace a B2Nix. El video de esto ya lo tengo hecho. Están regalando un Rolex, Cybertruck y otros bonuses de cash. Por acá, si te registras por acá, no necesitas KYC, tiene la mejor liquidez, más de 800 pares, no necesitas VPN en Estados Unidos y en Europa. 20% de bono, 20% de tu depósito va a ser un regalo que te den, te van a dar un bono de 20% sobre tu depósito, te dan hasta 125 X de apalancamiento, eso quiere decir que con $1,000 puedes abrir una posición de $125,000 y tienen esos premios, además tienen un descuento de 30% en todos los fees, aquí lo tienes para B2Nix, que es otro exchange de futuros, y si eres un degenerado como nosotros, pero no sabes cómo usar un exchange de futuros, aquí vamos a también poner el de B2Nix, pícale en cómo tradear en Bluffing, te pone un video de 5 minutos acá en chinga donde te enseña cómo usar el exchange. Ya el nuevo video de B2Nix te enseña hasta el último detalle, duran 10 minutillos, pero aquí tienes uno de 5 minutos donde te enseña cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo usarlo, cómo mandar dinero de una a otra, etcétera. Y aquí tienes el enlace para que no te vean la cara, vete a la página web de Bluffing y con esto ya estás usando nuestro enlace y con eso participas en, por ejemplo, las cosas que acabas de ver como el torneo de trading, etcétera. Y pues, sin más ni más, yo creo les traigo a Alex y a Farhan y vámonos para adelante. Vamos a ver cómo nos va el día de hoy en este casino. Good morning, boys. How are you? I can't hear
We're
you.
both muted.
There you go. Excellent.
There we go. My bad. Doing well. It's good to see you, boys.
No, we can't hear you, Farhan. It's because it's Monday. I understand. It's Independence Day for Cochiloco. How are you?
Okay, there we go. Buenos dias and Feliz Dia de la Independencia.
There you go. There you go. By the way, no one's awake because they're celebrating already or they celebrated on Sunday. Is today a holiday in Mexico? Is no one going to go to work?
Yeah, my, I guess it's fiance now is off.
Ooh.
Subtle flex.
Watch out.
Yeah.
Watch out. So she's not going to work? Holiday?
No, she's here right now.
Yeah,
In Mexico, dude, anything is a great excuse for a holiday. Let me tell you that. Anything. Oh, man. This plane flew too low. We should have a holiday right now.
So like
We gotta slam tequila shots, obviously.
Obviously.
When we first came here, you were always saying that, like, if they don't have an excuse to work, they won't. I'm thinking, well, it's Mexico, maybe. No. The mall doesn't even open until like 1 p.m.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Today, everything.
I like to make little jokes like that when we go to the mall together. And I'm like, oh, it's 12 p.m. and nothing's open. I guess Mexicans are just lazy. She gets so triggered every time I say that.
Listen, we like to take it easy. All right. We go later in the day. We wake up a little later, then we go have breakfast at 11 with a beer, and then forget about going to the mall because we're already.
Vamos por una chelas.
Exactly. What do you got there, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's playing right into the idea, which was the daily shift bullish. We saw that once we actually took out the major lower high that we had formed on August 28th. That was right at 113,500. It's very crucial to understand the daily was bearish, and we were in a consistent daily downtrend with the daily EMA 100 becoming lost, giving us a massive bias down to that low $100,000 region. So then when we went up to this region at $112,000, we had the EMA 34, weekly EMA 9. This was a big spot, and we still were grinding out lower highs. This is why trend's very important. Because if you base your trades off trend, you then know exactly where you're wrong and why you're wrong. My invalidation was always this wick high. Once we took that out on this move up, this gave us a higher high break. We were on the camp then that the daily trend shifted. We reclaimed back above $112,000, which is crucial to hold for a new all-time high potentially. And this all had implications for a really good weekly candle closure. So we got that really good weekly candle closure. We have the higher high still on Bitcoin. And we do notice, if I just delete the Picasso drawing here, I have a lot of red here. Let me just get that. You still are caught under that $116,000 resistance. Now, I will say on Friday, you did get that reclaim. This logically gave bulls an area of consolidation. They needed to hold above $116,000. They could not. So now what we have done is gone to the next level. For me now, this is playing exactly into our idea. Daily's in a new uptrend. We have a higher high break. Higher low should be brewing, right? Even the most bullish bulls are gauging this as your major higher low, higher high. Any move down to this region will be looked at as an opportunity before you potentially go up to that, maybe even a new all-time high. But for me, next target, if we actually get a $116,000 reclaim, will be simply just testing these highs minus this curve line. So I'll just not do that. I'll do this. Testing these highs would make a lot of sense to me if this does occur. And so that's the daily, right? We're basing everything on the daily to then maybe get a good gauge on the weekly. Because the weekly really is important to understand here. You had a bullish reclaim. You got a nice spring off the EMA 21, and the weekly actually was able to reclaim back above that $114,000 region. So not only did you get a weekly EMA 9 reclaim, but you also got right back within this range. This range, again, was really the same spot that took you to a new high. Now, we're gauging a weekly, so there's a lot of fuckery. It's 6 days to go. Anything can happen. What happened last time on this weekly? You got a very bullish candle closure. You went all the way up, made a new high. You had a nice smackdown, came right into that 114 region, but observe that you did have a wick low at $112,000. On the daily, it's actually represented pretty nicely here, where you can just see this major move down was aggressive, but this low is actually really the low that held before making a new low. Yes, you had the swipe down, never lost support. So moving forward, I'm really using this price action now to gauge right here. So logically, my system says you should not be scaling longs at $116,000. You need at least 2 to 3 daily candle closures above and or a daily HPDR breakout with maybe BBWP confirming that. You have BBWP confirming a breakout, but the HPDR, you didn't get the breakout here. You see the 38.2% at $118,000, specifically as well, $116,000 rejected. So instantly giving you a bias, testing that daily 9. Now that daily 9's at 114,200, exactly lining up with the meme line. Now the assumption is you're either going to see support here, right? And we did potentially talk about the daily silver cross down that has now solidified a daily silver cross to the upside. This was the exact same criteria we talked about on Friday and Thursday, which would then just guide our bias for maybe a pullback a little deeper. But I will preface and say, you have almost hit the daily 9, which is basically the first silver cross retest. Silver cross retest in the beginning of, well, essentially the silver cross, while also throwing it back. You notice here on the daily, you got a nice green dildo up, but this just leaves like an inefficiency. Like you need to see a throwback. I don't like looking at things like this, where people are like, this is bullish. I'm saying, no, this is like going to give you an opportunity like that. And so far we've had that. You were finding resistance here. And so now we have an area of interest. You know that really, if we're going to start breaking out, $116,000 should hold. And specifically, you're taking today's high out. It's going to be very important. If we're not going to break down, you'll consistently see this daily EMA 9 essentially hold. You may form a range and you may consolidate and chop. This will be looked at as bullish to me, though. And like we mentioned, if you end up losing that daily 9, is this over? Are we just about to nuke from here? No. This then will give you confluence of making a move down to that $113,000 region. You have the 21 there. That will be the second spot on a silver cross. So you would be gauging for a bounce. You have a daily EMA 34. And to even just sprinkle more confluence and bias all over the screen, you have a daily median right there telling you that, yeah, no, as long as Bitcoin holds above the daily median at $113,000, you're going to have an objective up to that $118,000 region. Again, just giving you confluence of a weekly EMA 9 retest, daily higher low before an expansion move up to that, possibly testing the highs. $118,000 could be the next target. But really, if we start viewing the HBDR on the weekly, well, you actually start getting confluence of maybe potentially a move up to that $120,000 region. So today I'm watching this pullback very carefully. Academy, I'm going to be posting a long idea based on this throwback. We're going to be using Tether dominance to kind of gauge where we're at on this pullback, and if we are potentially going to get a little deeper of a move. Meaning, I really want to watch carefully this daily 9. I'm not fully convinced we're just going to tap it and then go up to $120,000 from here. Will be very telling if we do. It will just show really massive strength, daily silver cross retests, throw it back, and then you move up. Again, we can't really act like this didn't occur. That is essentially what did occur. But really what I'm watching is for a swipe down here. Because from that essentially $116,000 region, you did end up going all the way down, dumping $3,000 from that point before making a new high, telling you that in this region here, you literally can go as low as $113,000, or specifically, right, your extremity low now should be really $112,000 using that weekly 9. We showed here that once Bitcoin loses the weekly 9 and then reclaims it on a massive green dildo, everyone's bullish. You do often, very often, more than not, it's like one of my favorite things playing a weekly 9 when you either get a reclaim or you lose it, is you retest it. Here you got a retest, having that biased into resistance here. Now, new weekly close will give us a retest. Would have given you a really good entry before that all-time high. Percentage-wise, you would have been able to catch a 17% move in less than a month with no drawdown at all. It's very impressive. Just simply using this weekly EMA 9 strategy. Now, it won't always be as simple as this, right? This is crypto. She's dirty. She doesn't want us to win. You can get a nice green dildo up and then front run spots. So this is why we're going to be really gauging the daily with the weekly to really position. And like I mentioned, right, we're going to go to Tether dominance and really use this as a really spot to kind of guide our lower high and potential higher low for Bitcoin. And this still comes right into our idea. 4.4% got lost freshly on a weekly close, right? Even on when we got stopped out here, 4.4% never got lost up until here. We get stopped out of our shorts. We haven't shorted since. And we talked about the move potentially giving you a move all the way up to 4.4%, where we're looking for a weekly EMA 9 retest on Bitcoin. This very easily can just play into a weekly EMA 9 rejection on Tether dominance. Again, we can't act like we haven't seen this occur in this exact same region that we've been in. Lose 4.4%, you aggressively dump down. Everyone gets bullish here. Patient traders are simply waiting for the retest. They want to really get proven that this is, resistance. We won't know until we know. Having the bias at this weekly 9 with 4.4% was the spot. Again, would have just helped you to kind of gauge the environment you're in with Bitcoin, but also avoid this chop. Because yes, this low did hold that was formed in December, but still in the midst of that, from 4.4%, you still went down another basically 15% from here. Just giving you that idea that, well, really big moves occur off 4.4%. The idea is it just has to hold. So on the flip side, Now that we're under it, freshly lost, we need to be gauging this spot very carefully because we see here volatility on the higher time frames are still very contracted. You have a volatility set up on the weekly for Tether dominance. And then going to Bitcoin, you actually have 0% reads here. Just kind of telling you the environment we're in is very compressed with volatility. Major moves coming. I don't find it a coincidence you're getting all these massive volatility setups right before the Federal Reserve meeting. It's going to be very important this week. I believe they're potentially cutting rates on Wednesday, potentially. The whole world's expecting bullish momentum from that. Me, I'm not too convinced yet. And so going today and into this week, now you have a legitimate setup where you can gauge to actually potentially position on Bitcoin, not giving you FOMO, excuse me, and actually just getting rid of the degenerates. Very logical throwback. Again, I've said this, even the most bullish bulls are watching this for an opportunity. Again, this will just tie really nicely to our 4.4% bearish retest idea. Watch that very carefully. You have that daily median right there. But most importantly, you have that weekly 9. The weekly 9 has just really been the easy spot this bull market to be gauging for that busting action trade. Up or down, really. Always fun when it does this. I'm going to watch this 10-day very carefully. We talked about this. Ideally, we just simply hold this region. No update, though. You're seeing this 10-day EMA 9 got reclaimed. That's at $112,000. Logically, this will step up. Again, just gauge the 10-day to kind of give you confluence of that move. The 10-day is actually pretty well respected, along with the weekly, of course. So something to just watch. You also have a 10-day volatility setup. 2 sessions of 0% volatility. Telling you there's no FOMO here. There really is no FOMO, right? If you're watching something like the daily volatility setup firing off, oh no, maybe we're going to miss it. No, there's really no FOMO as long as that weekly volatility setup with the 5-day as well, it's not firing off. So now this 5-day is interesting because it's just really lined up like the weekly is, or I should say the daily, right? The daily EMA 9's right here. We also see that 5-day EMA 9's right there as well. 5-day EMA 9 is an interesting thing because it's very much just like that 12-hour EMA 9 setup we talk about, but it's just stronger. It's on a 5-day. Whenever you lose an EMA 9 and then you get the reclaim, this triggers a long idea. As long as you stay above that 5-day EMA 9, let me get everything off but the 5-day EMA 9 so we all can just see how well easy this is, right? Reclaim long anywhere here, and then you would have just had an easy move all the way up to that high. Losing the 5-day EMA 9, you would have closed that long conservatively, just longing this closure all the way up to here. Safely, conservatively, would have printed you a 22% move. On the flip side, lose the 5-day 9, opens a short idea, right? This would have given you comfortably a 24% move down. We can keep going. The 5-day most recently lost that 5-day EMA 9, leading here, lost it, bearish retest, leading to a dump, comfortably leading to a 7% move. So what's the point I'm trying to bring home here? Well, you have a 5-day EMA 9 reclaim. Again, just giving you bias that this pullback is actually really logical. Should be gauging this spot very carefully, this region here. We talked about that, just like how the daily has that silver cross. As soon as you start losing that 114,000 on the daily, that's our signal of the deeper pullback, and simply this will just come in and retest potentially that median on the daily. So really, I am bullish on Bitcoin at this point, and I'm watching very carefully a setup here. I want to be watching the higher low idea that we talked about in confluence with that weekly EMA 9 throwback. As long as you're staying above $112,000 on Bitcoin, this will be bullish. It doesn't mean you're just going to go up to the heavens and, bulls are extremely horny and happy from here. No, you definitely can chop a bit. This just puts bullish structure like we talked about, and it's something you need in order to actually go up. This is all a liquidity game. You get a massive degenerates to max short. You could then get that easy throwback. They essentially fuel this move up. Right now, you're just taking out those aggressive longs. Over the weekend too. Like I wouldn't have long this over the weekend, right under resistance, even just going to a 4-hour, right? You're in a consistent lower highs, right? Consistent lower highs. This was a massive liquidity grab, but again, not closing above resistance was your sign, right? Not closing. This was an SFP. Right? So it's like you reclaimed, you lost. This was telling you, yeah, this is weak. But even in the midst of this 12-hour, right? It's like you had that EMA 100 reject. You busted up, you went up. So if you come all the way down, again, that'll just line up nicely with our weekly setup. So you have a lot of like different time frames, the 12-hour, daily, weekly, 5-day, giving you setups for bullish continuation. So that's really my Bitcoin idea. It's still valid. Now we can quickly gauge Bitcoin dominance. So Bitcoin dominance, he actually lost that weekly EMA 100. This isn't good. This is now telling me that the weekly is turning sour. So maybe you're not off the bat going to go up to that 60% range, get the bearish retest and move down. But rather, if you go to the monthly, you may just go down to that EMA 34. Right, you're seeing now the monthly 21 reject. And I was saying that until the weekly loses the EMA 100, you can't really be looking for that move down to 56%. You have lost it. So now I'm looking for continuation on this new week to come down, test the monthly EMA 34. Ideally, that will give bulls a bounce. That's always the extremity last moving average I look at before you get a massive collapse down. A massive collapse down really could just look like a move all the way back down to that 46% region. 46 to like 48.7%. Essentially using this range here. So bulls are definitely missing the mark on Bitcoin dominance at this point. All while ETH BTC is simply doing what we want it to do, right? It's just going in for the 366 retest. I'm not really focused here, right? This EMA 100 is going to give chop on the weekly, but I'm still gauging chop to lead to a swipe down, which will bottom us out before Ethereum goes to $5,000. You just saw the same thing. I'm a simple man. I just used the same thing that happened before Ethereum went on a major run. And I saw, well, you went up, you threw it back, you held 366, and then you broke out. Again, simple man, no need to complicate things. I'm watching for this scenario to take place here. If I can find it right here. So until you lose that weekly EMA 9, the ETH is a lot stronger than Bitcoin at this point. And this is the spot, like I've mentioned, that 366 spot where you get just big busting action moves. Holding this EMA 100 will give you a target up to that SMA 200 at 5478 or a 38% move. Pretty big. So this is a massive zone. For me, I'm just waiting for 366. I'm understanding that if ETH versus Bitcoin starts expanding hard from here off the EMA 100, this will, in theory, cause that weekly 9 to actually catch up with price. So you have two scenarios here. Either weekly EMA 100 is going to hold. You're going to actually, in real time, SR flip this. Little bit of chop to get everyone kind of like not paying attention, but still a very big zone. You've seen this zone reject a lot. You start holding this EMA 100 on the weekly, this could then start giving you bias that, yeah, maybe the daily's bottomed. Maybe this is going to hold. Maybe you're not going to get the retest. But until then, I'm still gauging this. And even on this setup, you got to reclaim. You made the high. You fizzled out. You should be gauging a throwback. That's your bullish retest. So really, if you're bullish on Bitcoin dominance, just simply use August 19th low. Watch the weekly 9. That should be a spring. So in theory, this pullback on Bitcoin is very logical to me. I'm not concerned at all. I'm actually gauging this as a massive opportunity for the Academy and myself. And I'm using Tether dominance to really help me understand where we could potentially bounce on Bitcoin. Until we actually hit 4.4% or the weekly EMA 9, this still has a very easy move up to that point. Meaning that if you're scaling longs at this point, it's not dumb. You definitely could start scaling it on the daily silver cross. But understand that if you do end up coming down, you still should be long all the way down to $112,000. It's not really until you break that, you really take out September 9th's daily low, and I'll start turning bearish again. Or just lose the daily EMA 100. That opens up my aggressive short rule on Bitcoin. Now, I will say in super bullish markets, EMA 100 is often just going to give you chop, and you won't fully break down from there. That'll always be a telling sign, right? Red dildo. Here you should have broken down and you didn't. Telling. So use the EMA 100 and watch that $114,000 to really guide you if you're going to get that deeper pullback or not. But the daily still has a fresh silver cross, and we still have to respect the $114,000 region. Exactly what occurred here in August. No reason to overcomplicate it. So that's all I got on Bitcoin. Very interested to see what Faron has to say and what the momentum pivot shifted to.
I put it in the wrong. Why am I muted? Okay. My AirPods wouldn't connect and it wouldn't let me unmute for a second. That was weird. I was just tapping the unmute button and it wouldn't unmute. Is it not connected?
No, I see it.
No, my AirPods. It's saying my AirPods are connected, but the audio is coming through the speakers.
That's weird. Your mic sounds good, though. I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
There, the audio is coming through the right place now. Oops, my phone, it keeps falling around. All right, let's go to Bitcoin. We'll put on that one and start with the daily. Alrighty, so we do have a fresh silver cross to the upside right now, which has confirmed on, I believe it was about 2 daily closes ago, and we are making our way towards the 9 EMA as we speak. The 9 EMA is sitting at that all-important $114,000 area. It's at right around $114,100. And what sits right below that 9 EMA is our silver cross and the median. That gives you a range between somewhere around 113.3 to about 112,669. I would have said 112.7, but that's a very nice number, so I'm gonna tell it to you. Right now, we are getting a rejection of 38.2%, which does give you a 61.8% chance of coming down to retest the median. The median is sitting at that 112,669 number. Kind of redundant to say it again. I just wanted to say that number again. On the daily, we're getting momentum starting to flip back down, rejecting the bullish control zone while volatility is currently contracting. But if you look at the jewel, we are getting a bullish cross right now with the pink going above the yellow and the light blue making its way into the bullish control zone. It makes sense to get somewhat of a pullback here since you're getting momentum freshly breaking into the bullish control zone with this bullish cross, and it lines up with the rejection of 38.2%. that would and a rejection of the bullish controls on the momentum, on the HPDR momentum. You would usually get a move down to retest the neutral zone, and from there you would get a retest of your silver cross. And assuming those levels hold, you should see it move into somewhere around the 61.8%, which was just below $120,000 right now. If we were to go to this daily jewel cross and see what this produces, we're going to take it from some in between the bearish control zone and the bullish control zone. So it's not in either one of them. So we're going to omit this one because this is within the bullish control zone. This is within the bearish control zone. So we're going to omit that. Let's see, where are the ones in the in-between zone? Here's one right here, but this is to the downside. Here's one. Here's another one. One here. There's one right there. I think that's enough. That's pretty good. So first move was about 24%, then 51%, then 73%. From the open, we'll take it. That was 2.4% and 8.89%. About 4.72, then 10%, very close to 8.89. Very excited to have me some pozole tonight. Gonna be some delicious food. 14%, 10%, very close to that 8.8% number. So the initial move seems to be somewhere around 8 to 10%. The higher move is somewhere around like 20%, and then the highest move we've gotten so far is about 73%. Okay, here's the current move. Trading view is kind of lagging a little today. That's the downside of volatility. About 0.78% we've moved up so far. So if we were to take it about that 8% number, that puts us at new all-time highs actually. Somewhere around 125,000 to like 100 and stick with 10%. That'd be like $127,000. Yeah, it's more confluence for bidding that support area between the 9 EMA and the median. Let's check the 4-hour. 4-hour has now lost 38.2% with momentum making its way into the bearish control zone, and you're getting volatility expanding, and you have a bearish jewel cross in the bullish control zone with the pink crossing below the yellow. That should, based on losing the 38.2%, losing the 21 EMA, give you a move at a minimum down towards the 55 EMA, which is at that right below $114,000 at $113,970. But I do think you are going to come a little bit lower because you are getting right now your 100 EMA crossing above, or just about to cross above your 200. And this is the first time that we are coming back to the 200 after getting this rejection and then breakout. Makes sense to come back and get a retest of that 200 sitting at about 113,300. That lines up with the silver cross currently on the daily. And I do think we are going to get whether we're going to be bullish or bearish, I think we're going to get a reaction off of this zone. This is where I plan to put myself a little bit of a cheeky long, right around 113,300. My stop loss is going to be this wick low right here at about $112,068. So let's say 112,000 flat. And I am going to be targeting, at the very least, a retest of this 38.2% right here at about 114-ish, $115,000. And if this area does break and we get a 4-hour close above, I want to say like, what is this, about 115.3, I do think we're at that point, we're going to go to new all-time highs. Let's do that a little bit. Go to sleep check the 12-hour. taking some time. 12 hours now flipping to the downside, pretty close to flipping up, however, but it's still below the moving average, and this is just a weak attempt. I do think it's going to go a little bit lower to tap somewhere around this bottom 38.2%, which we do have a probability of after getting this rejection from the median, and that is sitting just above that 113.3 area. It's currently at about 113.5. Likely to go a little bit lower to retest this 155 at that same 113.3. Right now, the jewel on the 12 hour is starting to give you a sell signal also. 2-day is now losing the top 38.2% momentum, however, is still flipped to the upside with volatility still expanding. Would expect to move from here after flipping momentum, after losing the 38.2% to get a move down to somewhere around this 9 EMA. And that right now sits just above that 113.3 area at about 113.5. 5-day, for this one, I'm going to need the index. 5 days currently flipping to the downside on momentum, getting below the moving average, whereas volatility is now expanding, and the 5-day jewel is giving you a sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow, and we're getting a projection of this 38.2%. This is the more bearish outlook right now, because with this projection of 38.2%, we are going to need this 5 and 9 EMA to hold, because if this 9 EMA does not hold on a closing basis, that is going to it's going to invalidate the long setup right now, and it's going to fire off a short setup. Because on the 5-day, whenever you reclaim the 9, that activates a short. I mean a long, not short. It activates a long, and then you close it whenever you close below the 9 EMA, and then that activates a short setup, and then you close that short whenever you close above the 9 EMA. So right now, that long setup is active as long as we are closing above this 9 EMA on a 5-day closing basis, which we do have 2 days and 10 hours left to go. This also does further increase my bias that we are going to bounce somewhere around the zone and then continue upwards to somewhere around. Right now, the target would be this meme line and median on the 5-day, which I love to see when they line up, just around $130,000. Let's go into, let's see if there's any divergence possible here. There is some hidden bullish divergence possible right now because momentum is breaking these lows while price is making a higher low from this low here. That will be confirmed with any close above about $116,747. Actually, no, I think it confirmed this one. Yeah, it did, because you confirmed the local bottom here. This was 113,421 and this was 116. So yeah, you did confirm the hidden bullish divergence here. And that would give you a target of hitting that median at about $130,000. I would say the confirmation for that would be, or the more actionable setup for that would be getting a close over that 116,747, because this divergence still could be invalidated. Weekly is now flipping up on momentum. Weekly is also putting in hidden bullish divergence, which has been confirmed after closing over this previous low. High, which puts in a local bottom. And right now you are above your 9 EMA, and I would be expecting that 9 to hold as a spring into the median, which right now the 9 is sitting, oh, beautiful, just at that 113.4 area. And median right now is at about 122.8. That's a pretty good move off of 113s. That's like from this area here to the median, that's a nice 8%. If you were to even put that on a very tranquilo 20x leverage, you're what, I can't do the math. That's like 60-ish, 70%. Not bad. Let's see, last time momentum flipped back up on the weekly was from this zone here, was right around here, and this was our last local bottom before we went to new all-time highs. Let's find another instance where momentum flipped up from lower in the momentum zone, like below the neutral zone. That was right here, and we went to new all-time highs from there. From here, we flipped back up. We didn't go to new all-time highs, but we went to the median. Median right now is 122.8. I'll take that. From here, we didn't go to new highs, but we went to the median. From here, we did go to new highs. From here, we went to new highs. So we either go to new highs or we go to the median. And either one of those two would be a pretty nice size move. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say if we go back up to 122,800, very likely going to go to new all-time highs. Right now, on the bearish side of view, though, we are just about to get our bearish cross with the pink below the yellow. We do have the pink ever so slightly below the yellow, like a frog's ball sack here below that yellow right now. It's 73, and the yellow is at 73.26. This also is not confirmed, and it will confirm at the end of this week. So there's a strong possibility right now that cross will not confirm, based off of the divergence right now and reclaiming of all of our major EMAs on the weekly. Last time we had this reclaim the major EMAs on the weekly, the bullish divergence was right here, and we went to new all-time highs. Let's go to the 2-week. 2-week is currently also reclaiming all of our major EMAs with momentum flipping to the upside, putting in hidden bullish divergence. Volatility is currently sitting at extreme lows. On the opposite hand, we are getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel, but this has not been confirmed, and it will confirm in about 13 days and 10 hours. Right now, what I do think is going to happen is maybe we'll get a move down. We're going to get my bias right now is we're going to move to the 5 EMA or maybe a move down to the 9, but I think the 5 is going to hold at that 113.4 area, maybe slightly below it, but roughly that zone here, and I think we're going to get a spring from there into the median, which median is just below our current all-time highs right now at 123.3. What would really suck is if we get this wick down to 113, then I'm not able to bid it. I'm going to be very salty about that. Monthly is now holding over this 5 EMA, and as long as the monthly is holding the 5 on a closing basis, you can't really be looking for any real downside, and you got to you have to look at that move to the 5 as a spring into the median. The way you can gauge monthly for being whether it's in like a bull market or a bear market, it would be the easy way is whether we're closing over the 9 EMA or not. As long as you are closing over the 9 EMA on the monthly, it has historically been in a bull market. Once you start to lose the 9 EMA on a closing basis, that's when the bear market starts. If you notice from right over here, back in late 2023, whenever the real bull market actually started, every single one of our moves down was basically to the 5 whenever we were like in a violent upside trend, and then whenever we came down into more of a corrective phase, we went to the 9, but we never closed below it. And since we also went significantly below the 9 this time here and this time here, but we never closed below it, and we ended up going back to the upside and going to new all-time highs. Let's find an example whenever you actually lost the 9 in a bull market. You lost it over here, and then you quickly reclaimed it and went to new all-time highs. But this wasn't the real bull market. This was. Let's find an example of after some violent upside when you lost the 9, right over here. You ended up going down after losing the 9 EMA about another almost 20% at 18%. Then when you made a new all-time high, you lost the 9 EMA. That's when the bear market started. Came back up, retested the 9 EMA, then massive dump ski. So as long as you're holding over the 9 EMA, the 5 EMA, 9, what am I trying to say? 9, let alone the 5, you should be looking for upside. And we are still holding off the 5. And so far from this 5 EMA, we have bounced about 7%. Based off of many things here, you would have the HPDR rules of hitting the median, you would have the 5 EMA, and you have the divergence present currently on the monthly, which has been confirmed with multiple tries of hitting bullish divergence. All of them give you a target of that median. And you have a buy signal continuing on the jewel for now two periods of a buy. The invalidation for that bullish divergence is going to be getting a close below 107,412. If you get that, that will give you an easy target of hitting the 21, which right now is at about $85,000. Quarterly is currently flipped to the downside, has not confirmed, however. This closes in about 15 days and 10 hours. As long as we are closing over this kind of candle's close of about 107,180, we will have probabilities of hitting the median wherever it is at that time. And that same number is the one that invalidates the monthly hidden bullish divergence. And monthly right now is forming several tries of bearish divergence on the opposite hand on the HPDR momentum as well as the RSI, which we're going to get to next. Because if you see, price is making higher highs, but momentum is making lower highs. And the confirmation of that bearish divergence is the same number that invalidates our hidden bullish divergence, which is a close below 107,412. I'm not hearing that very much, though, that bearish divergence is present. Quarterly is also has that bearish divergence present between this high here and this high here, because we are seeing price make a higher high with momentum making a lower high. The confirmation for that bearish divergence it's going to be a little difficult. Right now it's a close below 74,441. If you do get that close and the bearish divergence confirmed, you would have an easy target of hitting this 21 EMA, which right now is at about $56,000. and you're getting momentum right now flipping to the downside with volatility flipping up. But once again, this is not confirmed, and it's getting very close to putting in a possible hidden bullish divergence because we were just about to take out this quick low. And if once we do, and price is still making a higher low, that's going to give you a hidden bullish divergence possibility. And to confirm that, we will have to close right. Right now, it's not possible because we haven't gone below. But if we do, the confirmation is going to be a close over about $112,000. We'll go to the RSI. Come on. We'll start with Tether. Tether has currently got monthly hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below about 4.6%. And you're currently forming another possible drive of hidden bearish divergence, and that will confirm with the close below 3.96%. Right now, based on the divergence, you would have a target of this 100 EMA, which is at about 3.5%, and you would have an RSI target of somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone. That puts you between 4.19% and 3.26%, beautifully targeting that 100 EMA. And right now, you are getting a fresh sell signal on the monthly duo on Tether, and volatility is sitting right around our extreme lows, just a little bit lower, and it'll be at extreme lows. 2-week also has hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 4.61%. Your next target is going to be the critical zone, which will update, but right now it's sitting at 1.67%. This, I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're not going to hit this number. Very likely this number updates significantly. And the reason I'm saying that we're likely not going to hit this number is because on the quarterly, you're forming hidden bullish divergence, which is going to confirm as long as you're closing over 2.23%. And that is what ends our bull markets on Bitcoin, is these hidden bullish divergences. If you were to know all of these significant dates on the on the divergences, you have April of 2019, then you have January of 2021, and then you have January of 2024. Each one of them give you significant moves to the upside on Tether and nice pullback on Bitcoin, if not a bear market. And 2-week is now sitting at extreme lows on volatility with that hidden bearish divergence. Weekly also has fresh hidden bearish divergence, which just confirmed on this last weekly close. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing below about 4.61%. Your next target is the simple moving average, which right now is at about 4.1%. Volatility is now sitting at extreme lows with that hidden bullish divergence as well, almost at 0%, at 4% now. 5 days sitting at 2 periods of 0% on volatility. No divergence. The hidden bearish divergence has been invalidated. 3-day nothing. 2-day three drives of hidden bearish divergence with a fresh drive forming, and this will be confirmed with any close below about 4.2%, 420. And you're sitting at extreme lows on volatility now, with volatility just starting to get into an expansion phase, ever so slightly above that moving average. And with 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence, with another one possible. Right now, we are forming a local bottom. It's not confirmed yet. The divergence will be invalidated with a close over 4.32%. So we have two possibilities right now. We can either invalidate this bearish divergence or form another drive, but depending whether we close over this wick high or below the wick low. 2-day daily currently has hidden bullish divergence confirmed on Tether. This will be active as long as you're closing below about 4.2%, and your next target on that divergence is going to be hitting this the edge of the bearish control zone, which right now sits at about 4.36%. Next level is the simple moving average, which is at about 4.48%, and you have volatility expansion now from extreme lows with that hidden bullish divergence. 4-hour, nothing. 4-hour does have a bullish jewel cross in the bearish control zone with the pink crossing above the yellow, and volatility now expanding from extreme lows. Now let's check Bitcoin. Monthly still has active hidden bullish divergence on Bitcoin after momentum took out these lows. Price made a higher low, and that will be active as long as you're closing over 107,412. And you currently have, on the opposite hand, 3 drives of hidden regular bearish divergence possible between this point here, and this point here, because all are making higher highs on price, while momentum is making lower highs. And that will confirm with a close below about 107,412, and that gives you an easy target of hitting the edge of the bearish control zone, bullish control zone, which right now sits at $95,000. But with that 3 drives of bearish divergence, volatility sitting at extreme lows, you're likely going to go significantly lower than that, and I think you're going to be targeting somewhere around this neutral zone, which right now is at about $64,600. Let's go to what's the next level? Oh, the next level is $14,000. This level updates, very likely updates, because I do think the bear market bottom is going to be lower than $64,000. 2-week currently has active many drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about 117,622, and your next target on that bearish divergence is going to be the simple moving average and the edge of the bullish control zone. That level sits right now at about 103. And with that bearish divergence, you do have volatility sitting at extreme lows. Think there's another drive possible? No, there's not. Weekly currently has active regular or hidden bullish divergence. It did confirm on the last week close. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing above about 107,286, with volatility now sitting at basically 0% at 1%. Let's see if we are currently getting a rejection from the meme line that would give you that same target of around 113s. And as long as that divergence is active, you would have a target somewhere between the bullish control zone and the simple moving average. And that puts you between 119.9, so let's say 120, and about 132. Do 5-day. 5-day currently has active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence with volatility at 4 periods of 0%. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing over 107,286. Your next target is going to be the simple moving average in the bullish control zone, puts you between 122 and 122. Basically that median number of 122. And your next target is the critical zone, which right now critical zone is at about 165. Interesting, because that's the median on the quarterly. 3-day, nothing. Fresh buy signal on the jewel in the bearish control zone, however. 2-day currently has active bullish divergence. And it's also forming some hidden bullish divergence now. This will confirm with any close over about 116,747. That'll give you an easy target of the bullish control zone, which right now is at about 123.8. Daily is currently forming a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below, let's see, 115,203, and your easy target from that divergence is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now is at about 112.7. That would be that daily median. Interesting. Let's go down a little bit. 4 hours now at many periods of 0% volatility, just now starting to expand from many periods of 0% volatility with multiple drives of bearish divergence. And this will be active as long as you're closing below 116,811. And your next target on that divergence is the critical zone, which will update in about 1 hour and 21 minutes. But right now it's sitting at 111,700. Interesting. So 112 seems to be the area to go, the area to bid. Low 113s to high 112s. Go to momentum. Quarterly momentum is still pointed up as long as you're with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over about 109,150. Let's zoom in a little bit. Monthly now has volatility back in extreme lows, sitting at about 8%, and monthly is freshly flipped back up, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 102,500, with monthly hidden bullish divergence taking out this previous low and this low here. So monthly currently has 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, which will be active as long as you're closing over 107,412. 2-week currently is flipped to the downside with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 119,100. Weekly is currently also flipped down with volatility at 0%, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 118,850. 5 days also flipped down with volatility at many periods of 0%, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 118,700. So with all of these pivots flipped, with momentum flipped down, with volatility sitting at extreme lows or 0%, it would favor the downside if we do get volatility expansion from here. The only way that that turns into a bullish setup is if we get price closing over these momentum pivots, flipping momentum back to the upside, and then you would have volatility preferring the bullish scenario. But right now, if we do get volatility expansion, it would favor the bears. 2-day currently is now firstly flipping up, rejecting the critical zone, and now it's breaking out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 109,550, and you have two-day now starting to get volatility expansion from extreme lows, or not expansion just yet, but very close to getting expansion. Kind of looked like it was at the moving average when it was zoomed out. Daily is currently still flipped up with volatility expansion and is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 115,750, which we are below currently. And 4-hour is currently flipped to the downside with volatility expanding for many periods of 0%, still below 15%, however, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 115,400. Sure. So the high time frames on Bitcoin are remaining quite bullish, especially since you're continuing to get strong bounces off of that 5 EMA. You have not even come close to testing the 9. You have volatility sitting at extreme lows with momentum firstly flipped up, giving you hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. You are getting on the 2-week, you're getting momentum right at that the level to flip it back up with volatility at extreme lows, flips up right around 119, which with your weekly putting in hidden bullish divergence, you are likely to test that zone. If you can get, I'd say that you wouldn't even need a weekly close above that 119 level. I'd take even a daily close over there to very likely take you up to new all-time highs. And right now, based off of your divergences that have been confirmed on the HPDR momentum and the RSI, you would be targeting somewhere around the median, which is just around $122,000. Although I do think if we are getting over 122, we are very likely going to go to new all-time highs. Right now, we have gotten that move to 116s, which we were talking about for the last couple of live streams. We're likely going to get a test of 116s, and whether we're bullish or bearish, likely going to get a rejection there, which we are getting now. And we have that daily silver cross for our targets to the downside on that rejection. And as long as we are holding somewhere above 112.6 on a daily closing basis, likely will continue get continuation to the upside with those divergence targets being hit. And then you have possible multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence on Tether, which will confirm with the close below 4.2%. And that takes you down towards that monthly 100 EMA, which is right around 3.5% on Tether. On the low time frames, however, you're getting momentum starting to flip down on Bitcoin with 4-hour giving you volatility expansion for many periods of 0% with momentum flip to the downside. That supports the idea of some further continuation down on Bitcoin to test that silver cross somewhere between the low 113s to high 112s, which I am planning to max bid that area with that previous wick low as my stop loss. And I think we're going to test somewhere around at the very least, a retest of somewhere between 114 and 115, and then from there, I think we're going to tap that 2-week median of right around 122, and then we have the next level is the RSI divergence target of somewhere between 130 and 135, and the invalidation right now is going to be either getting, let's see, a tick below about 98,330, or let's say a weekly close below about $99,700. That wouldn't necessarily put us in a bear market. It would just give me a more of a bias for some more long form consolidation and maybe a little bit more of a pullback to tapping that $85,000 area we just saw. I wouldn't say we're in a bear market at that zone. The only thing that would tell me that I would be comfortable saying we're in a bear market is if we get a monthly close below the 9 EMA. Until that happens, I'd be a lot more cautious, but I wouldn't say bear market. It would just invalidate my ideas of new all-time highs anytime soon. But right now, my bias is based on that 4-hour volatility expansion, some continuation down, tap 113s, 112s, and then from there, fuck, somebody's calling me. And then from there, I do think we're going to go to new all-time highs, whether that be in a couple of months or a couple of weeks or by the end of the year, sometime around then, I think we will be hitting new all-time highs.
Your daily chart right there is very nice. Like that's just like actually is a very nice perspective.
This actually worked out pretty well. I did the short right here.
Oh,
like
that's
at
your
a really
chart.
high extreme. and it
Oh.
worked out, right? So I took it down here. Actually, very low. No, not. I'm sorry, no, because we're in the 114s already. To the 115s. I dumped
Okay.
it. I grabbed. I'm sorry. Say that again.
No, I just said okay. My bad.
Then I opened along at 115. It took me to 116, and I sold that. And now I'm waiting out. And just based on what you boys are saying, to be honest, I've changed a little bit of my perspective on this. I am not in for a short in this area anymore. What I would do is two things. And this is, again, I'm waiting for the price to dictate me where are we going. So I'm going to go long at right here in the bottom at 113,400 right here. This is where I'm going to go.
Oh, we have
long
the
that
same.
one.
We have basically the same zone. Nice.
Yeah,
And-
same.
And the second one, 112,750 right here. Those are going to be, and let me delete this. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah, your daily, it just really does tie it up nicely with like the perspective.
And then up here, I'm actually, if it goes up, I'm not even going to bother with the 117. I'm going to go 118,400 just based on pivots right here, and 119,200. So I'm going to bid these two areas depending on where the price gets to first. And this is a long, this is a short, obviously. That's my idea right now, because everyone's looking at the 117 for a rejection. And I feel like to the bottom, everybody wants like 112, which should not ideally come, right? And also a lot of people are thinking that, oh, this is baiting right now, longs.
Yeah.
So this is getting everyone right here to tell them, listen, look at the discount. Look at what you missed out already on right here. Come get in the long side. We're going to 117. We're going to 116. Get in. More and more people are going to get in, and this should dump. This is the first thing I see. Then I see this, and then this.
Beautiful.
Now, I don't know if there's going to be follow through, right? But, you know, it kind of has to happen really quickly, to be honest with you. That's what I've learned from doing this with you boys for a year now. The big moves come fast. If it's just playing and dicking around, it's going to do a small move and another small move in the opposite direction, and it's not going to play. It really plays out when it's like, we get here, instantly down or instantly up. So, yeah, it depends on what strength. If it gets here and instantly bounces, I know that the potential of this hitting these higher numbers is going to be great. If this like hits here, stays here for a while, then goes up to the 114, then goes up to the 115, I'm going to get rid of it at like 115,500. Does that make sense?
Oh, that's smart. Because that's literally how dirty she is. Like,
she's a fucking whore.
Yeah, that's smart. She is a whore.
Listen, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, still shame on me. Fool me 3 times, shame on me. Bitcoin keeps fooling me, so fuck you, Bitcoin. That's it. There's no moral to the story.
I like this
Alrighty,
week.
thank you,
We got like
boys. And
the
now-
trading plan set. It's very clear. This week's going to be a very fun week. I already feel it. Monday's already been fun, so
We should have a lot of volatility. And let me ask you something, Alex. Let me show you actually quickly. Right here. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. I'm going to translate it even for you. Look at this. Look at this fucking thing, all right? Now, this was on Saturday. You're waiting for the Fed to lower interest rates, right? But the
Yeah.
interest rates already came down. Like the mortgage that they're offering me is at 5.9%, whereas a month ago it was 6.5%. This is what I look at. This is why the Fed is completely stupid that people are looking for it. So now tell me, have the interest rates dropped already?
It appears so.
So has the Fed announced that? No. Would you say that literally the Fed is just a show for what already happened?
100%.
Thank you. Because everyone's waiting for that day. Let me wait for the announcement of the Fed to drop rates.
40 minutes ago. I mean, no, that's very like I didn't even know that. I'm too young to know that. That's amazing. I didn't know they already lowered rates while everyone's just waiting for Wednesday. It's already happened.
I legitimately, because one more time, I understand, dude. Like, this is not your job. This is not what you do. This is like, it's not even in your radar. Like, fine. But there are people that went to school that are waiting for the Fed to announce it.
Oh boy.
Does that make sense? That's where those people should be really worried. Like, what did I go to school for?
Literally, though, they should ask themselves that. Why did I go to school for this and spend all that money and get in debt?
So good. So we already got you already have the answer. Rates did drop. That's it. The question is how many times they're going to do it and how fast. But for now, 0.5% drop on rates in 30 days. That's what I'm already seeing in real rates. Without the Fed saying anything, which is crazy because that's not what everyone tells me online. Crazy.
Yeah, no, I have no one saying that. And it is interesting with what you just showed and seeing
I was told
its price action right now. I mean, it often is forward looking. So actually, Wednesday could be that like bottoming major volatility day, actually, then. And we just front run that with this week, giving the logical pullback.
I was told to max long when Jay Powell says they're cutting rates.
Oh, yeah, you should. Absolutely. Just like everyone is waiting for rates to be cut by him instead of just by the market like they already did. Yeah. And if everyone's thinking that, that they're going to be right.
Of course.
100%.
The meeting is this week, right?
Yeah. Dude, it's on Wednesday. Again, what's the relevance of that? The rates already were cut.
It would be very nice if we get that quick spike to the downside on Tuesday, Wednesday.
Which again, that's what you're gonna get. This is what we're here to understand. The market,
fill my longs,
or the shorts, right? If it goes up, then you bet short. If it goes down, then you bet long. It's really like you just go against the move because remember, the Fed is not a day-to-day. It's the speech that disguises the moves that funds are doing, like the massive funds are making with the market so that people get confused and fucked out of money. It's just like it's a pony show. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yeah.
So we don't care. We're not gambling on long or short. We're waiting to see where they want to take retards, and then we're going to bet against them. That's worked out pretty well ever since here. So let's see. Thank you, boys. I got the next ones for you. We got Amazon. And 1 second. We got Amazon Rivian to begin with.
I'll do Amazon.
Yeah, I'll do Rivian.
Perfecto. Rápidamente voy a leer unos comentarios de ustedes acá en el chat. Feliz Día de Independencia, mi querísimo Abu. Un abrazote, Ramón. Gracias por la entrada en el corto de Bitcoin. Me fue muy bien. Vientos y sigo en el long de Tesla, pero ya fue suficiente y lo voy a cerrar. Bien hecho. Excelente long ahí en Tesla. O sea, platicamos cuántas veces, ¿no? Que Tesla iba a tener el mejor cuarto de toda su historia ahorita. Y uno de los mejores y ahí vamos. Así que nada mal. Ramón, te agradecería un comentario. El peso dólar está muy bajo. El peso dólar en este momento está en 18.3. Yo les dije que en 18 es mi última compra y sigo esperando eso. 18 es la parte baja de este canal. Déjenme les enseño en una tabla de 2 semanas. Es justamente acá. Por acá en los 18. Ahora, llega a caer por acá. Sería una mamada. No voy a tener más pesos después de los 18, pero si me llegan a pagar una lanita que me deben en esta situación sería ideal. Pero por aquí está más o menos el fondo, no vas a llevarte esto para nada. Estamos cerca de lo que habíamos platicado todo este tiempo. Y recuerda, para mí, ¿cuál es la medida de peligro en el mercado? Es el yen, ¿no? ¿Hemos cerrado por encima de esta línea amarilla meme? No. Una vez que estés por encima de ella, nos preocupamos de la bolsa y nos preocupamos de todo lo demás y va a ser la reversa del dólar subiendo, ¿ok? Por ahora seguimos igual, seguimos buscando los mismos objetivos, Seguimos esperando estos 18. La narrativa del dólar que hemos estado diciendo, todo el mundo va a estar como loco empujando, está aquí. Lo estás viendo en todos lados. Todos tus youtubers favoritos, todos tus pacos favoritos, todos los noticieros favoritos te están diciendo que el dólar se va a ir a cero. Ya es como en todos lados. Entonces, no falta mucho para esta reversa. No falta mucho. Y cuando digo mucho, no creas que 2 días, 3 días, una vez más, de aquí a fin de año o el primer cuarto del próximo año para ver esta tendencia a revertirse. ¿Qué más? Vamos a ver. Elías, tengo alguna sugerencia para el stop loss de Tesla. Yo sé que no sabes nada, pero me interesa escuchar una pendejada tuya sobre eso. Pero stop loss sobre Tesla, ¿de qué? Mi pregunta es sobre la acción. Tengo una posición desde abril y me gustaría opinión de cuándo. Oh, tomar ganancias. Ok, te iba a decir stop loss, cabrón, porque sé que entraste conmigo en abril en Tesla. Rápido. Solamente para contestar estas cosas rápido. A ver el dibujo, fue perfecto. Yo les había dicho que si pasábamos de esta línea en los 370, veníamos acá a los 414. Si no eran 400, eran 414. Y ahí estamos, ¿no? En 420. Ya estás y esto lo sé porque antes de esto vi mi cuenta, estás casi al doble de ganancias desde abril. En menos de un año duplicaste tu lana. Si no lo quieres tener a largo plazo y no te interesan los beneficios fiscales de haber ganado acá, esperarte un año y esperar a ver cuándo vuelve a estar por acá el precio, a mí sí me interesa. Si esto llega a bajar otra vez, sería para mí lo mejor que puede ocurrir, porque esto necesito que se quede un rato en la bolsa para yo poder pagar la menor cantidad de impuestos posibles. Es mi estrategia. Cada quien haga lo que ustedes gusten. Personalmente, si ya hice el doble de mi lana en 7 meses, 9 meses, yo creo que con eso soy para salirme. No sé si tú seas de los vividores del FOMO, mi queridísimo Elías, donde vendo acá, pero el precio llega acá o llega a 700 y voy a sentir que perdí todo el dinero del mundo. Si eres así, quédate tu posición. Una vez más, lo que yo estoy haciendo es compro esto, no voy a vender acá ahorita, necesito un año, entonces necesito abril del 2025 y personalmente creo que el mercado va a estar abajo ahí, por lo que me voy a estar aguantando para agregar a mi posición. Vamos a ver si se me dan lo que estoy diciendo. Pero por ahora, lo que yo haría si fuera un trader a corto plazo y no estaba pensando en dejar esto en largas posiciones, yo vendería aquí. Haz la diferencia en números de cuánto ganarías acá en los 440 comparado con 220, con 420. Y piénsalo, ¿vale la pena esperarte tanto tiempo? Igual y no se da, igual y sí. Y ya de ahí los 489, a ver si se dan. Eso yo no sé, no soy adivino, pero ya tienes los que entramos acá, casi el doble de tu lana en tu cuenta de banco, cabrón, ¿no? Así que ahí lo tienes. Nvidia, ¿cuál sería tu take profit? Ahorita lo veo, Ramón, y te digo, vamos a empezar con esto. En los Bitcoin. Pues nada, Bitcoin se ha estado comportando exactamente como esperábamos. Ha sido muy divertido este rango para mí personalmente. Desde los 17 venimos dándole a cada uno de estos movimientos. Les dije acá el fin de semana, yo tenía esta línea aquí puesta. Les dije, aquí voy a hacer corto. Tomé ese corto en extremos. Lo hice 2 veces en realidad y también tomé un long. Estos 2 cortos en 16,400 y el otro lo agarré en 16,600 a 115. Y los vendí y el 115 lo compré en long, vendí en 116. De ahí me salí y ahora estoy esperando al movimiento. ¿Por qué? Aquí, después de hacer un alto, tienes que hacer un bajo. Entonces, ¿a dónde va a llegar el bajo? ¿Ya lo vimos o no? Personalmente creo, y estas van a ser mis zonas para que lo sepan, me da igual la conferencia de la Reserva Federal, tienen que entender esto, es irrelevante. Para los que no han estado viendo esto, voy a compartir esto una vez más. Déjenme, lo pongo en original. Feliz sábado. Recuerden que los intereses ya están bajando. Para toda la gente que está esperando la Reserva Federal para que bajen los intereses, estos ya están bajando. La pregunta va a ser, ¿qué tanto van a bajar? Y no tienes que esperarte a ver qué dice la Fed. En lo que todo el mundo, que por cierto, hay gente que fue a la escuela a estudiar economía, hay gente que ha escrito libros que millones de personas han comprado esperando a ver qué dice la Reserva Federal. El número circulado hace un mes era casi 6.5%. Ahora es 5.9%. Esto es la hipoteca que me ofrece mi banco. Ahora, mi credit score, mi crédito no ha mejorado. Ha sido igual de bueno todo este tiempo. Lo que pasó fue que bajaron más de 0.5% los intereses ya. Ahora, ¿por qué están ustedes y la gente está obsesionada con la Reserva Federal a ver qué dicen? Ya bajaron los tipos. Esto no lo había visto yo desde el 2022, este tipo de interés. ¿Alguien me puede explicar entonces, por favor, por qué están esperando a la Reserva Federal? Y ahora, esto es importante en nuestra tabla por esto, ¿ok? Porque nos da igual lo que diga la Reserva Federal, porque la Reserva Federal lo único que es la excusa para que los fondos muevan el mercado y le quiten el dinero a la gente. Eso es a lo que la gente le llama la volatilidad de la noticia. Ya ocurrió, que nos quede claro. Solamente gente ciega a este punto no lo puede ver. Y por cierto, hay muchísima, y está bien. ¿Qué es lo que vamos a hacer? Tenemos otra vez apuestas abiertas perfectamente situadas en este momento basado en pivotes de momentum, ¿ok? Esto es Bitcoin en la diaria. ¿Qué estoy esperando? Si el precio baja y llega, primer objetivo es aquí, 113,400. Voy a poner mi primera parte de long. Mi segunda parte la voy a meter en los 112,700. ¿Ok? Aquí es donde voy a meter mi segunda parte. Y ahora, si esto ya tocó fondo y se viene para acá arriba, voy a hacer un corto abriendo en 118,380 y el segundo en 119,200. Entonces, si de aquí nos vamos para acá, corto. Si de aquí nos vamos hasta acá, qué rico, corto. Si de aquí vamos para acá, largo. Si de aquí vamos para acá, largo. Y ahora, de aquí para acá y acá podemos hacer el corto. No crean que esto desaparece y no crean que esto desaparece. Y la fuerza en la que reacciona el precio, al contrario, es lo que me va a hacer pensar y me va a decir qué tan abajo o qué tan arriba al lado contrario vamos a ir en estos movimientos. Les estoy regalando el mismo trade que les di en los 117,300, ¿ok? Les estoy dando la misma idea porque es el mismo sistema que están usando. Esto no lo cambian porque nadie ha aprendido nada. Entonces no hay por qué cambiar lo que funciona perfecto para ver la cara de idiota a todo el mundo. Así es como funciona esto. Entonces, una vez más, la Reserva Federal anuncia lo que sea que vaya a anunciar, nos da igual, que ya lo sabemos, ya de todas maneras los intereses ya bajaron, que anuncie la Reserva Federal lo que quiera. Si el precio baja, apostamos en long. Si el precio sube, apostamos en corto. Y dependiendo la reacción, si esto sube en chinga y acá rápido hace esto, pero rápido, esto no voy a vender mi corto ni aquí, lo voy a vender aquí abajo, porque sí vamos a llegar acá. Y si esto baja y en putiza sube, no voy a vender mi long aquí, ni aquí, lo voy a vender acá arriba, porque va a subir hasta acá. Pero si esto hace, pum, llega a la primera, se queda acá tantito y sube al 115,500, se rechaza y cae y hace esto, ahí sí voy a vender en mis líneas de soporte o resistencia. ¿Ok? Para que nos quede claro a todos y nos vamos a mover ágilmente en esto. Esta es mi idea. Y esto coincide con los puntos de Alex y Farhan en los dos también. Tal vez el precio a la alza es algo que no crean que llegue a darse por acá, porque esto volvería momentum alcista, pero es justamente eso, donde flipen a todo. Recuerden que todo lo que se trata de esto es engañar a todo el mundo y pensar que están en lo correcto. Y una vez que llegas aquí arriba, todo el mundo va a decir, es imposible que no vayamos a altos históricos. Y este sería el evento que los lleve a la verga, básicamente. Y lo mismo aquí abajo. Esto ya se frió, güey, ya no vamos a llegar a nada. Y pito para acá arriba. Y una vez más, no se trata de darte lo que piensas. La gente anda caliente de la cabeza ahorita y esto es excelente para este tipo de movimientos. Vamos a analizar Bitcoin en putiza, 3 meses, tabla trimestral, todavía faltan 15 días, medio mes para poder cerrar esta vela. Sigue pintando una vela estilo toperona, pero no toperona todavía. No estoy preocupado de nada. Pueden ver que nuestro promedio del 5 está en los 92 y el promedio del 9 en los 73. No tenemos absolutamente nada de qué estar preocupados. Esto se ve muy alcista. Volatilidad continúa empujando a la baja, pero todavía no está confirmado. Recuerden que este va a tener que darse al cierre y vamos a tener que ver dónde cierra. Cada vez que la volatilidad después de un periodo hace esto, encontramos el tope. De esto encontramos el tope por debajo de, ¿ok? Y esto quiere decir que los fondos de mercado nos lo da cada que esta volatilidad llega a la parte más baja. Si esto llega a bajar por debajo del promedio, vamos a estar al pendiente porque en la trimestral esto nos dice que vamos para abajo. Entonces, por ahora no tenemos que pensar en eso todavía, porque no ha ocurrido nada de ese punto. Vamos a ver el HPDR en putiza. Perfecto, para que pueda colapsar mi vista de esto. Les puedo enseñar algo que ya les enseñé la semana pasada, ¿no? $141,000 de poder aguantar por encima de los 92,000 sería nuestro siguiente objetivo. Así de fácil. Arriba de 92,000 deberíamos ir a los 141,000. De perder los 92,000, muy probablemente vayamos al promedio del 9, primero a la parte baja de la zona azul en 75, y eso ya nos pone en postura de mercado bajista. Por ahora estamos justamente en medio de los dos escenarios, como debe de, para jugar la sucia Bitcoin. Mensual tenemos nuestra volatilidad en el punto más bajo de la tabla en toda la historia. Esto quiere decir que viene un movimiento bastante agresivo para Bitcoin. La gente en este momento está haciéndose la chaqueta mental de que, pues, güey, los intereses van a bajar, la inflación va a explotar porque no entienden que hay contracción de crédito en esos escenarios y esto nos debería llevar a primero, la media en los 118, una vez más, la media justamente la mensual está en los 118,856, por lo que esperaría que la fuéramos a tocar y después de ahí irnos a la mierda. Excelente confluencia con lo que estoy diciendo. No había visto esto. 118,800. Yo tengo mi última entrada en 118,400. Solamente estoy haciendo un 20X, por lo que no me eliminaría ni a los 119. Bastante bueno para mí. Bien, ahora, pasar de los 119 básicamente te lleva a los 123 en el máximo histórico y si lo puedes romper una vez más, 149, esos $150,000. Ahora, te rechaza la media y tu objetivo van a ser los $101,500. ¿Ok? Va a ser el siguiente objetivo si llegas a perder los 110 también. Ahora, volatilidad en el punto más bajo. Cualquiera, yo estaría viendo esta volatilidad mensual, donde esta volatilidad se empieza a dar la vuelta para arriba y el precio esté haciendo para arriba o para abajo, te vas con todo a ese lado para salir con un trade de tomatito. Momentum está apuntando para abajo, volatilidad también en uno de los puntos más bajos de la tabla en toda su historia. Por ahora, estos movimientos también suelen ser bastante agresivos. Nuestra media se encuentra en la de 2 semanas. Todavía faltan 2 semanas para cerrarlo. Acabamos de tener el cierre de esta vela. Cerramos por encima del promedio del 9 la vela pasada y también, pero por debajo de la media. Ahora, la media está por debajo del precio. Deberíamos de venir a la media a rebotar e ir a la parte alta de la zona azul, que está en los 139, antes de los 149. Ahora, de perder la media, ¿no? Y lo que puede ser es rebotas a la parte alta de acá, ¿no? A donde está esto y puedes caer. No tiene que, y esto podría ser simplemente una absorción de liquidez como en esta vela. Y si llega a pasar eso y te llevas los 111,500 para abajo, te vas a los 101 y de los 101 a los 96. Es la de 2 semanas. Semanal ya tenemos periodo de nula volatilidad junto con toda esta volatilidad que era básicamente lo mismo. Empieza a pintar un cero bastante explosivo como los de jamás. Estamos por debajo de la media en los 114,800 básicamente, perdón. Eso es el promedio del 9. Nuestra media está en los 121,600 en la tabla semanal y la parte alta de poder ganarlo es 136. Ok. De no poder regresar a los 115, deberíamos de ir a ver a nuestro promedio del 5. Promedio del 5 está en los 112,500 y de no aguantar la parte baja de la zona azul en los $108,000. ¿Ok? De 108,000, 103 sería el siguiente objetivo. 5 días. 5 días tenemos periodos de muchísima nula volatilidad. Esto es un setup de jamás, básicamente preparado. Lo que estamos es perdiendo la parte baja de la zona azul, rechazo ante la parte baja de la zona azul en el 50% y vamos para abajo al 50%, que coincide con mis líneas meme por acá para la entrada de nuestro long. Y hasta abajo tenemos el promedio del 21 en la de 5 días, por ahí de los 111,800. 111,800. No me importaría si vamos a ir a tomar liquidez ahí con mis entradas. A veces, digo, no a veces, casi nunca agarras el fondo del fondo de las cosas. Así que yo esperaría el rebote y vámonos para arriba. Diaria. Diaria, volatilidad apuntando para arriba. Está haciendo entre que iba contrayendo y ahora se está yendo básicamente de lado. Con eso, también vemos que nos rechazó la parte alta de la zona azul en la diaria y vamos cayendo. Siguiente objetivo es el promedio del 9 en los 114 y abajito del promedio del 9 tienes tu cruce plateado. ¿Qué es lo que normalmente ocurre en un cruce plateado a la alza? Porque es lo que tienes en la diaria. Vienes a retestear el 9, 114 y también podrías venir a tocar el 34, el 21, ¿no? Y el 55, que es donde ocurrió el cruce, en estos 113,400. Ahora, tu media está en los 112,950. Esto es lo que me hace pensar que ese movimiento va a darse hasta acá, a donde están mis entradas. Voy a ajustarlo, pero si lo veo en la de 12 horas, pueden ver acá el por qué. Porque en la de 12 horas abrimos, nos rechaza la media, caímos de la media, nos rechaza, vamos para abajo, siguiente objetivo van a ser 113,900 y abajo de ello, antes de la zona azul, si no podemos rebotar en estos 113,900, que sería la jugada sucia, honestamente, aquí abajo es donde encontramos el soporte de esta línea meme vertical, donde encontramos el promedio del 100, donde encontramos la parte baja de la zona azul y en la parte más extrema el SMA 200. 4 horas tienes periodos de nula volatilidad. Aquí atentos, esta es la que nos va a dar el setup más rápido. Si están viendo esto, Elías, no uses copy trade de nada porque el problema de copy trade es slippage. Por eso no lo usamos. Porque si hay mucha gente suscrita a alguien y tienes una orden de $1 millón, ¿no? Ponte tú, en total, de toda la gente que está ahí, no todo el mundo va a poder comprar al precio al que entras. ¿Por qué? Porque, pues, entre todos comprando al mismo tiempo, ¿no? En la misma señal, haces que el precio suba o baje, dependiendo al lado que estén comprando todos. Y habrá gente que entre al principio y habrá muchas veces donde entras en ese trade y te mete ya muy lejos del precio que querías entrar. Y también cuando vende. Por eso no lo hacemos. Fuera de pedo. Quiero que vean la de 4 horas. Es la que nos pinta la mayor cantidad de periodos de nula volatilidad con volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída. ¿Ok? Esto quiere decir que una vez que nos llevamos los 114, vamos al 61,8%. Divina coincidencia hermosa por acá en los 113. Y ahí es donde debería de aguantar. Cualquier cosa por abajo no nos debería espantar. Yo esperaría simplemente por lo predatorio que baje más. Ahí a los 100, ahí está a mi línea meme por acá en los 112,700. Yo creo que lo voy a hacer 112,800. Pero una vez más, en resumen, queremos ver la de 4 horas. Es donde queremos poner toda nuestra atención. Voy a quitar el HPDR para hacerlo claro. Voy a poner la de 4 horas. La tabla de 4 horas nos pinta todo lo más fácil posible. Nuestro SMA 200 es justamente mi primera entrada y un poco más abajo porque está en el 100 y el 200 acá. El 200 está todavía por arriba del 100 y aquí un poco más abajo en los 112,800. Una vez que esto estalla a la alza y el movimiento vaya o a la baja o a la alza, vas a querer acompañar ese movimiento, pero después esperarías un rechazo. ¿Ok? Es lo que yo estoy viendo con esto. Una vez más, entradas a la alza para cortos, 118,400, 119,200. Entradas para long 113,400 y 112,800 es lo que yo pondría. Ahí está, 112,800. Estas serían mis dos entradas y estas serían mis dos entradas acá. 50 y 50% de la posición que voy a abrir con un 20X y vámonos. Y ahora, invalidaciones están bastante abajo. Simplemente voy a estar checando porque si empiezas a cerrar por debajo del EMA 100 y del SMA 200 y esto continúa para abajo, olvídalo. Y lo mismo para arriba. Si estás empezando a cerrar por encima de la media aquí arriba en la mensual, que es lo que habíamos dicho es la perfecta confluencia a nuestra teoría. Nuestra media mensual está en los 118,800 y empezamos a cerrar por encima de eso, esta media, olvídalo. Es bastante fácil las invalidaciones, si es que, una vez más, entiendes paso a paso todo esto. Así que ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vámonos con... Who's next?
Rivian.
Rivian.
Some Rivian action.
There you go.
Really hasn't been a good day yesterday, or wasn't a good day for bulls, honestly. Had a major swipe down, but still support held. We did not lose the SMA 200 on the daily. And even more importantly, you didn't lose that $13 support I have drawn out here at $13.35, putting it right back within this range. So going today, we're just still within this range, right? The idea was that if you start losing $13.35 in confluence with that daily SMA 200, generally has been disastrous for Rivian. So it's going to be very, very important for bulls moving forward to really defend this low. This low needs to be looked at as like a liquidity graph for bulls. Didn't lose any major moving average. And if today can reclaim the daily EMA 9, this will give you more confluence of this just simply being a liquidity grab. Meaning you had a major move down, put trend back down, right? So daily trend is down, took out all major higher lows, meaning all the stops, all the longs that were just longing trend got out on this move. Generally, this can make for a really good time for getting a follow-through move. When all the traders are out and you're back within the range, this is where you can get a real move. So it's very important now to watch the daily 9 doesn't change. This Picasso drawing I have here was based on the idea that if you just consolidate above that $13.70 region, or specifically the daily EMA 9, you will have a bias going up. Now, when we made this high, this was very important because higher high break, you really were gauging some kind of throwback at this point. $15 remains a major spot for Rivian, and that doesn't change. You got the throwback, the throwback, of course, but this is why, this move all the way down, getting caught exactly at $12.57 is very predatory. Because you really, if you were trading daily, had no way to survive this unless you just simply were using these lows for your stop loss. Would have been pretty intense. There's a big gap there, big price difference for a stop loss. So that's the daily. We can look at the weekly because you had a weekly candle closure, but again, you did not lose the weekly 9. Has anything really changed? No. You had that, just like the daily had a trend shift on that higher high break. So did the weekly. And this was actually guiding our bias that, yeah, you may come up and hit resistance, but still, it's just like what we were saying with Bitcoin. After a higher high break, generally, you do just go for a pullback on that new weekly candle closure, giving you at least some bullish structure. Now, I don't need to do that because we even just have a meme line here that just shows bullish structure here. And this has just been the spot that has been holding the macro lows each and every single time you've hit it. It won't always be like that, but moving forward, after this weekly candle closure, not losing the range, you do still have to look at this as bullish. Now, that's why today's daily is going to be very important. The longer you stay under $13.70, the weaker this will become. It'll be very crucial. This needs to be like a actual trap scenario, quick swipe down, and then it quickly gets bought up, leaving all the longs that were essentially stopped out, FOMO buying up here. All while the shorts that thought they had the easy trade get stopped out, right? Because you had an evening star on the daily. This tells me that a lot of shorts have their stop loss placed right at this wick high, telling me that if you do today get back above that daily 9, consolidate, next objective for me will be to take out this evening star high. Taking that out will give you a move up to $15.20. Now we shift back to the weekly, doesn't change things for me. Now this region, I don't know why the lines always become unstraight. We like straightness here. In this region, right, visually, 15 bucks has been a massive zone. Since you lost it here, it's been really hard for Rivian to get any kind of reclaims back above it. And you can just see for yourself, deviation, deviation, deviation. So now this will be very telling. Are you going to deviate, maybe get that move up, pop up, actually hit maybe the extremity high, or simply just that weekly EMA 100, which was the last hopping area before going down? Or are you just simply going to put in that bearish retest? Because remember, this is, if I go to the 2-week now, this is still a bearish setup. But it's becoming more bullish off the fact that this trend has shifted. The trend will always be your friend. And so when looking at the last reactions of when we had the trend shifts on the weeklies, let's really see how that's really occurred, right? Weekly downtrend, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Okay, cool. Here you took out the lower high. So you flip trend, another higher high. But then this is where it becomes very interesting because yes, you had the higher low potential, but again, lower high. And so that's why if I started to delete all of these lines, you're just still within this channel, all while volatility is at the lowest reads ever in the history of this chart. So if you end up coming up, reclaiming that $13.75 region, then yeah, I do think there will be an easy objective to around $15. But still, what I was saying on this move up is still very valid. You need to watch this zone as major resistance because, and I know we've been chopping a lot in this region, but it won't always be like this. So, right, deviation here, you would have been watching for the bearish retest, like what we were saying. You got the reclaim on the 2-week, very predatory, and then you dumped. So moving forward, that's why it's going to be really important to stick to the daily levels. And as soon as you start deviating that $13.70 region on any daily candle closure, this is when I become cautious. So you've deviated it. You've come down. You've hit my support. We were talking about this, Rivian making a move down to the low $12. You've hit that. So now what I need to see is bulls pick up here, get a daily EMA 9 reclaim, and then actually get the trend shift and take out this last evening star right at 15 bucks. Essentially, if we can get a move to $15, this could in theory give bulls fuel to take out all the shorts and then make a move up to here. The reaction at that $15 and specifically 30-cent region is going to be very, very, very important to really determine if you're going to get a busting action move to $17, $16, or if you're just going to harshly roll over here. Now, where am I wrong and I become bearish on this? Well, I'll become bearish on this once you actually firstly take out yesterday's low, right? Because in the midst of this, you can argue you're getting like a head and shoulders here, right? So ideally, this low doesn't get taken out. But most importantly, it's all going to just be about the SMA 200 with that $13.70 region. So if you start rejecting down, you come all the way to the SMA 200 and start losing that. Yeah, that's going to be good confluence that you're going to start really testing these lows. If you take out yesterday's low, that's going to be the start of a breakdown for me. And then this will invalidate. Now, again, not the cleanest, so just more visual. I don't put too much weight on these patterns, but I do put a lot of weight on an SMA 200 on the daily. And so far, I'm very simple in my trading. This one line has been holding pretty nicely. You lose it, you get some nice moves down, but then once you reclaim it, generally is pretty bullish. So you got the green dildo up. You went all the way up. You got the weekly trend shift. I'll go back to the weekly. So now it's going to be really ideal to use this low if you're bullish as the low, because in theory, this should just be the bullish throwback, right? Green dildo up, trend shift, higher low, bullish throwback. Now, can the daily solidify this and get back above the 9? If we can get back above the 9, that's just the start of bullish continuation. No need to overcomplicate it. Ideally, 1370 gets reclaimed today, and you just consolidate. This will give you a daily BBWP setup. You're already starting to see it form. So you actually have one already. So just points on why this spot still could be bullish, but we need to see bulls actually pick up sooner rather than later. Now we can go to the monthly. Right, and so the monthly lost the 9, reclaimed the 9. Big spot here. Are we just simply going to hold and get back above 1370? Visually, right, you can just see this zone. It's very hard for Rivian to hold that zone. But what we've seen before, 1370 reclaims, hold as support. This is on a monthly. That's when you made a major move up. Now, for this example, I want to see 1370 hold, get reclaimed, and then you just simply expand to the monthly EMA 21. Again, just the last spot where you rejected massively. And that just lines up again with the weekly idea, which is you start really holding all major moving averages on the weekly, the 9, the 21, the 34. This is a buy trigger in itself, giving you a target to the EMA 100. Where is that lined up really nicely with? Well, the monthly EMA 21 at $16. Again, just the last spot where you massively rejected. So lots of chop with Rivian. I understand. I mean, we've been watching this for a while. But I am getting a lot of hopium that, well, you know, what we're seeing in this chop is actually going to give us a major, major move. It's not worth signing off if we've come this far. You're now towards the end of this channel. So if this is really going to be true, like if I just delete all these lines, all the meme lines, right? We just view this channel like we've been doing for months. What do we see? Well, you do see now that you are approaching the end of it. Now, it's going to be really crucial to see the reaction here. Let me fix that. Okay, and then extend it out. I don't want it to hit that line. So right there. So you can just see you have like 1 month, really. October. This will either September will give you the breakout, breakdown, or October will be the, if this is going to be true, of course. Now, if you just end up consolidating and doesn't do anything, then yeah, this was wrong and this wasn't valid. And that's okay. But with volatility on the weekly, lowest ever, or yeah, lowest ever reading on the weekly, that is correct. You do have to really watch these channels closely. I'm very curious to see how the monthly Bollinger Bands are looking. I think I did this last time. And look at that. They're actually pinching for the first time ever. Just giving you more confluence of this idea that, yes, I know Rivian's been ranging. It's been extremely boring. It's like watching paint dry. But there is something major brewing here. And this is going to be guiding the way. So for me, the monthly is looking bullish. As long as you're holding above the 9, that will give you a target to the 21. What are you noticing with this upper Bollinger Band? It's right at the EMA 21 on the monthly. So then we can use really simply the weekly, and we can say this. If the weekly EMA 100 starts getting reclaimed and holds as support, that's going to be the first signs of a major breakout on Rivian. Because you know, if you end up getting up and reclaiming the weekly EMA 100, well, firstly, that'll be the first time ever that's occurred on this weekly chart, meaning that this is the most bullish this chart's ever been on the weekly ever before. But then also you'll know that the monthly upper Bollinger Band starting to break out in confluence with the weekly. And with volatility this low, you really should be watching this very carefully now. Didn't really make sense to watch it here. we're just in the midst of this channel. But even now that we're approaching the end of this channel that we've been watching for months, literally months, Bollinger Bands are saying it's coming soon. This is literally getting tight. Never seen it as tight as before. And so this squeezing and pinching, it's what you call when the Bollinger Bands start getting closer to each other. They pinch. That's your sign that, yeah, major moves coming here. So I'm not really looking to be predictive on Rivian. I'm just going to play what the market gives me. And generally, that's just been the easy trade. When you start predicting on Rivian, that's when you get hurt, in my opinion. Like when you're like, from here, you're going to start going up to 20 bucks. Let's just long here. Well, that really didn't work out last time, right? When everyone got super bullish at $16, $17 Rivian. And we're like, well, no, you've just hit massive resistance. First time ever hitting that. Oh, wow, you've hit your extremity high. And everyone was bullish on Rivian. So really, I mean, just trade what the charts give you. You're not allowed to be bearish here as long as you're holding above $12.30. But then specifically, you need to have more of a bullish bias going into September as long as you're holding a monthly EMA 9. So, you know, that's just kind of what I'm going to say with Rivian. That's what I have. I'm more bullish than bearish, but that doesn't mean that we're going to go to $20, $30. No, that just means we most likely in October can get a good move up to that $16, $17 region, or in the start of this or the end of this month. And then if you do get that breakout, the weekly will tell you, yeah, we can start max longing Rivian, and we're about to do a busting action move. In my opinion, to like $19. You reclaim $19, nothing will stop Rivian at this point from coming all the way up to this weekly SMA 200, I believe, right? Is that just populating or is that just a drawing? No, that is the SMA 200. Yeah. And that'll be a big spot. And you just simply can see this target or system, whatever you want to call it, it's a 45% move. That could be pretty on par with the weekly volatility setup firing off at this point. So that's what I have on Rivian. Yesterday's low needs to continue to hold as that. You need to see the daily EMA 9 get reclaimed. Daily EMA 9 gets reclaimed. That'll be the first start of maybe the beginnings of a major move up to $16. Confirmation of that will just simply be taking out this evening star, specifically September 11th's high. If you take out that wick high, start looking pretty good for a breakout up to that $16 region. There, you should be very cautious because, well, as I've said, Rivian still can and most likely will reject that region. So no need to be predictive here. Just play what the market gives you. Oh, weeklies back above all major moving averages. Let's long use this low as a stop and just simply target the EMA 100, which is what we would have already been targeting per my system. So this is a buy trigger. You shouldn't short this. You quickly can know if you need to short Rivian. But when you're holding an SMA 200 and you also have a major wick low, most likely not the best time to do that. So that's all I have on Rivian. I think it's pretty straightforward. And I'm really excited for October because we've been watching Rivian for months. I do think you're going to start seeing a major move up or down start in October if that channel is going to be true. So
yeah, it's playing a fun game. The other one that's playing a fun game is Tesla right now, being at where it's at. And the fact that the news that every time Elon buys stock, the stock goes on massive runs and everyone's running with that narrative. So that means Tesla's going to do the same fucky thing it always does. Before earnings that are going to be great, it's going to reach the top. And then after earnings, which are going to be incredible, it's going to fucking drop probably 2 weeks before. That's kind of like what he does. And Tesla's earnings, I believe, are October 15th.
And was Tesla pumping before Rivian, if you remember?
Yeah.
So that's also an interesting sign too, specifically where we're at.
Yeah. October 15th. Exactly.
Okay.
That's when they're going to give everyone the great news that we knew from day one they were going to give everyone. So Tesla's leading the way for sure. And like I said, the fact that everyone's running with Elon just bought stock. I like that. I like that. That's a good sign that could happen that we're going to go back and now be able to add to my fucking position here and in the new portfolio. So
Yeah, that juicy Tesla position you had.
I mean, it's already at almost double
Godly positioning, literally.
from fucking April. It's unfortunate that if I sold that, basically 100% gets cut by 37% just on taxes or whatever it is on capital gains on short term. But if I
That short term will fuck you.
Huh?
That short term capital gain will fuck you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So you want to wait a year, and then hopefully in a year it'll be where it's at right now, and it's just 10% instead. And
well, and your entry is right into your plan. Go back to your entry. You have a plan to add more. So
yeah, that'd be fucking sweet as fuck. So let's see what he does. But right now they're moving in the right direction. We got Coinbase after for you, Mr.
okay,
Al.
cool, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Ok, estamos viendo Rivian, damas y caballeros, en la diaria. Ha sido honestamente bastante aburridón este rango. Lo podemos ver que depende, Alex lo pone acá, ¿no? Puedes ponerlo acá y este rango viene, tocas esto y luego justamente acá, si pongo la semanal van a poder ver que ahí es donde viene nuestro EMA 100, más o menos a la parte alta de este rango, que también tiene confluencia con esta línea. No dudaría que vengamos a esta zona, tal cual como les había dicho con Tesla. Rivian también va a tener excelentes números, al igual que Lucid. Y me hace pensar ahorita el estar viendo todas las noticias de Tesla. Esto es algo importante para ti, Ramón, Elías, que están viendo esto. Algo que me hace pensar que sí me va a dar mi otra entrada que estoy buscando y que sí va a darse la vuelta a Tesla, es que están usando la narrativa de que cada vez que Elon Musk compra, todo sube. Y como ha funcionado tantas veces, todo el mundo ahorita ya se está trepando en esa noción y por ende no podemos estar muy lejos del tope. Sea en días o sea en precio, lo que queramos. Y yo creo que de ahí sí se va a dar la vuelta porque es como una trampa a la gente. Cada que la gente escucha algo de esto, normalmente es lo contrario, ¿no? Entonces, solamente quiero poner eso en la mesa. No es como que se acaban de dar cuenta de algo impresionante y una vez más, esto no quiere decir que hoy vaya a ser el tope, va a continuar corriendo. Tiene que seguir atrapando a toda esta gente que dijo, ya me metí en lo correcto, voy a meter más antes de que se me vaya. Entonces tiene que darle tiempo a esto. Reporte de ingresos de Tesla viene justamente en 30 días. Normalmente Tesla le gusta 2 semanas antes, una semana antes de los earnings, que son 4 semanas, básicamente entre 2 y 3 semanas a partir de hoy, llegar a ese tope y después caer. Eso es lo que normalmente hace. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo se va a emocionar, todo el mundo sabe, ya a este punto deben de estar casi seguros de lo que he dicho desde el principio, van a tener el mejor cuarto de toda su vida, sí, o no de toda su vida tal vez, pero uno de los mejores de toda su historia, simplemente basado en el hecho que van a quitar los créditos de EV, ¿no? Que es lo que le han vendido a todo el mundo, funcionó con lo de los coches, etcétera. Y el siguiente cuarto tiene que ser uno de los peores cuartos de toda su historia. Para que lo tengan presente, lo tengan en mente. Con eso dicho, Rivian va a seguir el mismo paso que Tesla. Lo que pasa es que Tesla lo está vendiendo más como es por los robots y es por esto. Nada de eso ha salido todavía. Entonces todavía no podemos contar eso y también todavía no tienen FSD 14 fuera, etcétera. No ha cambiado nada en Tesla. Entonces, Rivian debería seguir lo mismo. Personalmente, yo creo que esto es lo que vamos a ver con Rivian y puede que acá rechacemos y nos vayamos a más o menos los 10 y acá encontremos ese fondo o puede que vayamos a los 8. Me cuesta mucho trabajo pensar que esto va a caer más de lo que ya vimos esta caída, pero todo es posible. Me encantaría verlo. Estoy adentro más o menos por acá en los 10.90. Entonces, por ahora tengo casi un 40% en mi posición, 30 y tantos por ciento en mi posición. En Tesla tengo ya casi un 100% de lo que nos metimos en abril. Y pues estamos esperando, ¿no? Yo quiero que esto se lo lleve para abajo y poder invertir más. Ya se los he contado 1000 veces por impuestos. Ahorita con esto no es tan fácil y tan obvio, pero en Tesla, por ejemplo, estoy acá, ¿no? Esta compra es casi 100% al precio de hoy. Esto quiere decir que le gané, si metí $500,000, tengo otro $500,000, ¿no? Solamente un ejemplo, no estoy diciendo que sea eso. es mucho menos, son $50. Entonces, si tengo $50, tengo $100 ahora y con esos $100, si lo vendiera con él, dirías, güey, pues qué chingón, te llevaste $100. Pero no, porque me cobrarían 37% de impuestos o 35%, un pedo así en mis ganancias de capital a corto plazo, y eso haría que mi retorno se vuelva casi, en vez de 100%, 60%. Pero si puedo aguantarlo a abril del próximo año y esto después sube otra vez, ya me puedo quedar con 90% de las ganancias en vez de solamente con 65% de las ganancias o 63% de las ganancias. Entonces, lo que voy a hacer, y además quiero agregar a mi posición porque no la he acabado, y con el nuevo portafolio también voy a agregar para contarles a ustedes. Ese es el portafolio que voy a usar de ejemplo. Pero hasta entonces estamos esperando. Y Rivian, estoy esperando el mismo movimiento. Pueden ver en todos, si están viendo la semanal, que hemos estado en esta tendencia bajista todo el tiempo, pero desde que llegamos a este fondo justamente hace un año, en abril del 2024, no hace un año y cacho, y medio casi. En abril del 2024 que llegamos a los 8.28, desde entonces hemos estado haciendo bajos más altos, pero altos más bajos. Y todavía no tenemos una respuesta a esto. Lo que yo imaginaría, y les he contado varias veces, es que Rivian va a reventar esta zona, va a subir de acá. Recuerda, este va a ser el primer tap oficial del promedio del 100. Me cuesta mucho trabajo pensar que solamente lo va a subir y todo va a ser cuentos hermosos, etcétera. Pero yo sí creo que Rivian pueda venir a esta zona de los 18, llevarse esto más o menos por acá, tal vez hasta los 21. Ese sería el sueño mojado, ¿no? Y acá, una vez más a los 10. Es lo que es mi sueño mojado en Rivian y lo que creo que va a pasar y es lo que estoy jugando. Ahora, esto puede detenerse una vez más en los 15, se puede detener básicamente en los 16.50 o se puede detener en los 18.80 o aquí en medio, por ahí de los 20. Y esto aún así seguiría siendo un alto más bajo, ¿ok? Y si nos empezamos a llevar estos bajos, pues es lo que metería duda al inversor, etcétera. Lo que tenemos que tomar en cuenta es lo siguiente. Voy a ponerlos en la mensual para que lo puedan ver fácil. 1, en la mensual habíamos caído por debajo del 9 acá. Lo retomamos en 1, 2 sesiones y queremos que esta sesión en 15 días y 5 horas cierre por encima de la línea amarilla. Earnings de Rivian vienen después de los de Tesla. Para los que no saben, los earnings de Rivian vienen el 5 de noviembre, básicamente 2 semanas después de Tesla. Esto le daría más tiempo a Rivian de continuar corriendo después de que Tesla termine de correr, si es que se dan los tiempos que les estoy diciendo. ¿Ok? Voy a usar el HPDR en putiza para que vean dónde estamos acá y por qué digo que estos niveles van a ser difíciles de superar. Puedes ver que el 95, casi el 100% está aquí en los 18 y es donde yo creo podríamos topar entre el 88% que son los 17 y el 100% que son los 18.88. Por ahora estamos dándonos una vuelta y un viaje de vuelta a los 12.40, que fue más o menos lo que hicimos con esta vela. Con las velas, ahorita lo van a ver en más corta temporalidad, que fue una vela súper predatoria, honestamente, y viene a comerse esto. Esta era la oportunidad para agregar a tu posición en los 12.38 y te la dio en putiza. Y ahorita van a ver a más corta temporalidad por qué. Pero en tu volatilidad mensual puedes ver que Rivian está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia. Había dado un fake out, pero no, y continúa para abajo. Por ahora no estamos simplemente esperando a ver cuándo se va a voltear eso. Vamos a la de 2 semanas para que puedan ver también la obra de arte. Habíamos tenido estos cierres por encima, bueno, este cierre por encima del promedio del 34, que es la línea blanca. Me parece que había sido el primero, si no me equivoco. Sí, el primero. Ahora deberíamos de cerrar por encima. Si quieres ser brutalmente alcista, quieres ver los 14, estar por encima de los 14 en esta tabla de 2 semanas. Todavía faltan 2 semanas para cerrarla, de este viernes al próximo. Después venir a esta parte alta de la zona azul, reventar al 61.8%, al promedio del 55. Y en estas 2 semanas, el promedio del 55 nunca lo has tocado, por lo que voy a decir que vamos a topear entre los 16.80 y los 18.80. esta va a ser mi zona de tope para Rivian. Y una vez más, no voy a vender mi posición ahí. ¿Por qué? Porque necesito que pase tiempo para poder entrar en el rango más bajo de pagar impuestos en esto. No lo necesito, pero sería pendejo no jugarlo, ¿no? También tenemos volatilidad en la de 2 semanas en el punto más bajo de la tabla en toda la historia. Lo pueden ver acá en el 11.88%, preparando efectivamente el cero más potente que hemos visto. La media se encuentra en los 12.26, parte baja de la zona azul en los 9.44, 61.8% en nuestro mínimo histórico. Y eso debería de aguantar más o menos por acá en los 9.50, es lo que me gustaría ver en Rivian para adelante. Semanal. Ahora, si hay un evento de crédito, que es lo que yo personalmente creo que va a ocurrir en la economía para poder restringir créditos, para que la gente se vaya a la mierda, porque es lo que causaría más desigualdad. Si eso llega a ocurrir, todos los mínimos en todo son jugables, ¿ok? En todo. Porque es un cisne negro, si le quieres llamar así. Por ahora, Rivian está por encima del 50% en la semanal. También tiene un setup de volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda su historia, otra vez. Y ahora está por encima del promedio. Está intentando buscar por encima del promedio. Acaba de abrir esta vela semanal. Todavía no podemos contar nada. Y recuerden que necesitamos subir por encima del 15%. No aquí, por encima del 15%. ¿Ok? ¿Ves esto con la volatilidad? Estamos en el 50%. Puedes venir tranquilamente hasta los 12.77, que es la zona que debe de aguantar. Y estos 12.77 te deberían catapultar al promedio del 100 semanal, una vez más, en los 16.13. Ese promedio del 100 probablemente lo puedas romper en una, ¿cómo se dice? En un dashazo, flashazo, por acá los 16.60 o a mi zona entre los 18.85 y los 17 es donde yo esperaría este toperón del gran Rivian. Diaria también, ¿eh? Diaria ya empezó la volatilidad ha contraído lo suficiente para estar debajo del 15% y ahí viene el promedio. Esto quiere decir que pronto vamos a ver un movimiento bastante agresivo. En la diaria, esta fue la gatada del siglo. Te da esta vela toperísima, te da esta caída, pero predatoria de a madre, donde se lleva todo el fondo. Esta era la oportunidad y por eso lo hizo rápido en un día. Ahora, aguantando por encima de los 13.55, siguiente objetivo a vencer son los 14, lo que les había dicho. Después de 14, 14.30. Ya en 14.30 te pones en postura a los casi 15 y ahí continúa la historia, lo que te he dicho para arriba. Pero por ahora tenemos que esperar a ver qué es lo que pasa. 4 horas que nos pone. No tenemos absolutamente ni vergas, solamente tenemos el EMA 100 acá, que es lo que estamos aguantando. Y esto fue literalmente la absorción de liquidez más ridícula de toda la historia. Y ahora vamos abriendo, muy probablemente a la parte alta de la zona azul, en los 14, de ahí a los casi 15, y podríamos ahí empezar a ver objetivos a la alza. Una vez más, bastante sencillo. Si eres alcista en Rivian, lo único que quieres es no llevarte este mínimo. En los 12, yo diría 12.50 es lo que quieres aguantar. Esto haría que corte cualquier estilo de long que tenga en esta cosa. Y si soy, siendo alcista, ¿no? Y si soy alcista, estaría esperando mi siguiente objetivo en los 14, siguiente objetivo por ahí de los 14.80, siguiente objetivo literalmente hasta los 16, lo pondría acá, y ya de ahí para arriba. Es lo que esperaría. Y estaría estaría equivocado si nos llevamos este mínimo. En la de 4 horas, súper fácil, o en la diaria, lo has visto, en los 12.57. ¿Te llegas a llevar eso? Vámonos del otro lado entonces, ¿ok? Vamos con Amazon, damas y caballeros, a ver qué nos dice el buen Farhan de él.
Already listo para Amazon. El Amazon. So on the quarterly, we're getting, huh?
Jeff Bezos.
El jefe pesos.
Jeff Bezos.
Vamos por una chelas in Amazon. So on the quarterly, we are getting a bounce off of our 5 EMA and moving towards the median, which it would be a 61.8% chance of probability of hitting after bouncing off the bottom 38.2%. Right now, the median sits at about $252. I think that is all-time highs. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, that is all-time highs on Amazon right now. The current all-time highs are about 242, so about $10 above it. Momentum is it's putting in a possible hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. We would have to close over about $223.82 to confirm it. That would likely take us, where does it like to go on the HPTR? Somewhere around the 61.8% to the 78.6. That'd give us a range between about like $327 and $400 on the confirmation of that divergence, with volatility on the quarterly now sitting at extreme lows at about 3%, very close to zero. Monthly is now starting to flip up on momentum with volatility at extreme lows, and the monthly is now losing the sell signal on the jewels, flipping into a neutral. Lines up holding the bottom 38.2%. Right now, we are front running slightly the median at about 242. If we can get a close over that median, that's what takes us to about $300, which is around 50%. Let's see if there's any divergence present here. There's this close 178.50. This one is 184. So there is some hidden bullish divergence between this point and this point and this point. So there's 3 drives currently present of hidden bullish divergence, giving us probably an easy target of somewhere around that $300. 2-week, let's see. 2-week closed below the median, but then ended up opening above it right now. Right now, momentum is to the downside, but very close to flipping back up, and it's putting in some possible hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low while price made a higher low. And to confirm that, you would have to close over 238.85, and that gives you a move to somewhere around like 265. Weekly is also flipped up now, getting very close to getting into the bullish control zone. Same thing on the weekly as the 2-week. He closed below the median and ended up opening above it. And is there any divergence? There's hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. That will give you, you'd have to close over about 238.85 to confirm it. Gives you a target of about 250 to 266. Weekly is also losing the sell signal on the jewel, flipping into a neutral. Come on. 5 days currently flipped to the downside. Volatility is expanding from 0%, and you are currently bouncing off of the 38.2%. That is the target after rejecting the median is a move to the 38.2%, which as of this moment you are holding. And if it does close like this, I'd expect another attempt at the 38.2%. But if momentum is flipped up at that point, which I do think it's likely going to flip up, based on the higher weekly and the 2-week being flipped up, likely going to take us for another test of the median at least, if not 38.2%. Let's see, weekly currently has a buy signal on the jewel with the pink crossing above the yellow, and that did confirm after this move to the downside here. 2-day currently freshly flipped up right at the moving average. 2-day currently has hidden bullish divergence. By now you would need to close over about 231.53 to confirm it, which is very close to our median. Median's at about 233. If you can close over that area, that would confirm your divergence and take you up to about 250. Daily is currently flipped down, getting right above that 38.2% with volatility currently expanding. Likely momentum does flip up, assuming you close over that 38.2%, which is at about 231. That'll put in. Are we getting lower than that? I gotta zoom in to see. Yeah, we are slightly getting lower than this low here, so that would be hidden bullish divergence on the daily also, giving us a target of about same zone of 250. Daily currently does have a sell signal on Jewel, but it has not been confirmed yet. 4 hours currently just about to flip back up on momentum, getting almost out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is about to go into contraction phase, and Joe is giving you a sell signal in the bearish control zone, pink crossing below the yellow. Right now, that would tell you you have a higher probability of rejecting somewhere around 250. No, not 235. But if you do get a close over that 235 zone, that's what takes you to 250. But right now, odds or probabilities would be that you come up to 235, reject it, come back down to retest this cluster of moving averages at around 230. And if we're going to be bullish, then that'll hold and we can move into 250s. What do we RSI? Oh, wait, I forgot to check the Amazon Bitcoin pairing. Quarterly still has active hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $161.38. Next target is the bullish control zone, which right now is at about 242, not that far off. The critical zone sits at 538. Volatility is currently expanding from, I believe, the lowest level ever on Amazon. Monthly, nothing. 2-week currently has active bearish divergence from any drives. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 238.85. Next move is into the bullish control zone, which is currently at about 221.72. 3-day currently has many drives of bearish divergence, I believe 3. This will be active as long as you're closing below 237.68. Next move is into the neutral zone, which is at about 226. 2 days now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm as long as you close over 231.53. Next move is into the bullish control zone, so it's at about 236, and the critical zone is at 291. Volatility is now at extreme lows. Daily is also about to put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence. That'll be 3 on the daily. That confirms with a close over 230.79. And your easy move is into the bullish control zone. That's at about 240. Somewhere between 235 and 240 seems to be all of these divergence targets. 4-hour also putting in a third drive of hidden bullish divergence. That confirms with a close over 228.54. Gives you an easy target of the bullish control zone. That sits at about 243. Critical zone is at 278. Go a little bit lower. Nothing there. Let's go to momentum. Quarterly momentum is still pointed up with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing over 232.40. Last time we remained, and we were entering into the critical zone. Last time we freshly entered into the critical zone was right about here, and then we went up, basically up only from there, getting only slight corrections to the 5 EMA. Let's go to monthly. Monthly freshly flipped up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 190.52. Any divergences? Not quite. 2-week also pointed up with volatility expansion. It's going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing over 222.35. Weekly also freshly pointed up with volatility now at 0% or at 1%, and it's going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing over 233.10. 5-day freshly pointed up, volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing over 230. 2-day currently pointed down with volatility at extreme lows. It's going to remain pointed down as long as you're closing below 231.70. Daily also pointed down. Volatility is contracting, however, and it's going to remain pointed down as long as you're closing below 236.35. Kind of does look like we are putting in a local bottom, though, especially with those divergences appearing. 4-hour also pointed down. It's gonna remain down as long as you're closing below 232.88. Let's see what the projection is. On this next open, you're going to be at the edge of the bearish control zone. That's likely when the pivot drops. I think the 2 hours likely going to confirm that with being pointed up. Yep, that does confirm it. 2 hours currently pointed up, and it's going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing over 226.88. Likely kind of puts in that 4-hour divergence, the daily divergence, the 2-day. That takes you up to somewhere around $240-ish. Let's go back up to the high. So on the high time frames, Amazon is looking quite bullish. It's always looked bullish on the high time frames, with momentum on the quarterly breaking into the bullish critical zone, with volatility expanding from the lowest level ever, and it's going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing over 232.37, which we are ever so slightly above right now. But based off of the monthly and the weekly, it does look like we are going to continue moving up before this monthly close and the quarterly close. Monthly is freshly pointing up with a momentum rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and we're going to remain pointed up as long as you're over closing over $190.55, all the way down to the weekly, now sitting at extreme lows on volatility, with weekly putting in hidden bullish divergence, 5-day putting it in basically all the way down to the 4 hours, putting in possible hidden bullish divergences with volatility on the weekly at extreme lows. Looks like we will get a move based on the 2 hour flipping up, 4 hour putting in hidden bullish divergence somewhere around $240 to $245. If we can start to maintain a strength between $235 to $240 and not lose 230 on a 4 hour closing basis, likely we do see somewhere between 250 to 265 next. And then if you can get a daily close over about $250, that will give you move into somewhere around like $300. And that would also be one of the RSI divergence targets. And then the next level above there is about $500 for the critical zone, but that critical zone target likely does update by the quarterly close, and we have to see what that number updates to after the quarterly close. And the invalidation right now is going to be, let's see, either getting a tick below about $161 or a weekly close below about $211. Either one of those two things, and then I think we're probably going to get a much deeper pullback and probably come down to at least this 200 SMA at about $140, and then likely based on the higher term time frames, it still goes to all-time highs. I really don't see Amazon getting its long-term trend invalidated. Well, it could happen, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Right now, my bias is moved to about 240, 245, maybe slight rejection there, and then after the next higher low, move into about $300-ish.
Yeah, eventually Amazon's going to be just like I think more than Tesla. They have a pretty good chance if they do the right thing, and Jeff Bezos is doing everything that Elon is doing. And he basically a company that runs itself with nobody else than, like 3 employees, and everything is robots and AI. This is a company that is very well positioned for that. So I'm sure they're going to be worth a fuck ton of money very soon.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good point. They are like the most well positioned for replacing employees fully with AI.
Oh yeah,
all the
way to
deliveries. Have a fully automated, multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah,
that doesn't have
it doesn't seem very difficult to replace somebody that puts a item in a package with a robot.
Oh no, they already have those, and then they're also going to take care of the deliveries because they own Rivian, and they've invested in other shit like that. In robotics, they're investing in I don't know what. The one thing is Tesla's doing them all, so it's between these two. Either way, it's going to work out for Amazon because they can even buy the robots from Tesla if they don't deliver, like if they don't make their own robots.
If you had to put a rough guess on it, how long would you say before AI replaces the people in these companies doing like the programming?
AI, less than 2 years.
Development.
Less than 2 years.
2 years, well.
They have it already. They're just not doing it. Does that make sense? Like if they did it quickly, they all work together. And I'll give you an example of how they all work together. There's the lockdowns, right? And during the lockdowns, they told everyone, work from home, it's going to be fine. And then all of them at the same time, Amazon through Jeff Bezos, Disney through Bob Iger, like everyone at the same time came out and said, nope, working from home's not going to work. We got to do it directly in the office. The reason why they did that is not to bring people back into the office because it was not working out. They made the most money when people were at home, right? So what has to change? Like everything is working out pretty well. You're making more money than ever. What's changing? All it was an excuse to fire people little by little. Like, oh, you don't want to show up to work? Well, I guess you're quitting. Does that make sense? So they're basically brainwashing people into thinking, no, I can do better. I can just work from home and this. But little by little, all these companies are pushing their employees out without having to pay. They're being very smart together. So they could get rid of everyone right now, but they won't. They want to keep it going a little bit longer so that everyone feels safe. But there's going to be a point where we'll realize, if you look back into all of the job losses in the tech sector, how many hundreds of thousands of dollars have lost really high positions, you'll start to notice the trend. They're getting rid of everyone just little by little while they continue to make more and more money and becoming more and more efficient. So it's happening already.
I was having this conversation with my younger brother because he's in school for programming, and I was like, "Don't you think AI is going to take your job in like 5 years?" And he solidly thinks it's like 15 years minimum out.
That's opium.
Yeah, let me be clear. Anyone that's in college right now, unless they finish this year, they're fucked. There's no job that you're going to come out and do. You're going to do whatever you love if you're lucky. That's it. Like, robots are also very close. They're much closer than everyone leads to believe. Like, everyone's saying 15 years. Nah. This is done. Like, done, right? So I don't know where people get off saying that when you have Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg is my favorite. He slips like a motherfucker in things that he should not say. And a lot of people pay attention sometimes when it's political, but they don't pay attention when he's talking about technology and all this shit. And Mark already came out and said, our software, basically our AI agents can fix themselves, improve themselves, and improve the software. That's done.
Wow.
He said it publicly, by the way. This is not a crazy thing I'm telling you. You can look it up. Mark Zuckerberg said it, and it was like an announcement. But people don't, for some reason, don't pay attention to that.
Yeah, because that's pretty important. That's just like full automation and expansion with no time constraint. Like, it can
what's the reality of having a lawyer right now? Like, lawyers are the most useless people in the world.
And even teachers now are becoming useless, because I remember back in my day, you had to actually cheat and like look and work to cheat. Now I don't really see the point at all in teaching people, asking for papers that majority are using AI to write now.
Oh, I've seen my brother do his final exam standing up at the airport using ChatGPT.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and also they're making everyone way more stupid with that.
I agree with that too.
That's why they're giving them this. Because before we used to memorize phone numbers, addresses, how to get somewhere. Then phones were able to store our shit, so we didn't have to think about it. And our memory became weaker and weaker and weaker. And the same thing with our attention.
Yeah.
So they're making everyone way stupider, and they're not letting them think or create anymore. And just like plug it into AI. And then there's another group of people that became AI prompters, which are now they're either losing their job right now or about to lose their job in the next 6 months, because literally you can ask AI how to prompt it so that you can get the results that you want. So it's evolving so fast, it's impossible. There's literally no point in anything. So if anyone's studying right now, congratulations, you're getting in massive debt for nothing. It wasn't easy, but you did it. And remember, even if you fucking die, that debt won't go away, won't get erased. So enjoy it. And also, you won't be able to find a job ever. So congratulations, you made the right decisions because you listened to the right people.
We're also not successful in their own thing, telling you. So there's that. That's what it was like, the big illusion when I was growing up. All these people just hating their lives, teachers telling me in class they hate their job, but yet trying to give me advice on what to do with my career.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, it seemed crazy, actually.
Yeah. Everything is actually fucking as crazy as you could imagine, but people think it's crazy to think it's crazy. So I actually been enjoying that a lot.
I've come up with a simple response to the number one question of people who are like, "Oh, you're making a bad decision by renting and not buying a house." The response is, "Why would I take financial advice from somebody who's doing worse than me?" It's the Kanye response.
Makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. And now everyone, like, that's another thing that they did. They made us all equal. And they started this with the Bible, for example. All men are equal. Now, that's a beautiful sounding thing. But do you really think we're all the same?
No.
No.
Definitely not.
No, we're not.
I can't jump like Tyrone.
You know, exactly. You know what I mean? You can't be giving someone long strokes like fucking Tyrone, you know, like
Not all of us are blessed.
we're not the same. And the reality of this whole game now is, well, you know, because people ask me, yeah, but you still make YouTube videos. You're still a YouTuber. No, I'm not. Everyone's a YouTuber. That's like everyone does that. Now we're all the same. My opinion, like when I talk about cars now online and I say something on Twitter like, no, I think this is the car that I like, whatever, counts as much as someone who's literally just opened an account and has 5,000 followers. It's the same thing. So well, at least in everyone's brain, right? So now it's harder for those NPCs to distinguish the good information from the bad information because they made everyone equal. It's fucking,
That's
what's happening right now. It's incredible, boys. Incredible. It's crazy. Either way, I'll get to this. Thank you. And then you have XRP, Mr. Garlic Bread.
Oh, beautiful.
TP. Nice.
Yes, sir.
I get to show everyone my XRPP.
Yeah, whip it out.
Please don't. I don't want to get in legal trouble. Thank you. Vamos a ver Amazon. ¿Cuándo tienen resultados? Hasta el 23 de octubre. Todavía falta un mes y una semana. Perfecto. Por ahora, Amazon está buscando romper estos altos históricos como ya lo hizo Google ahorita y todo el mundo está poniendo en todos lados que Google lo hizo. Una de mis favoritas, se los he dicho, uno de los más underrated jugadores en todo lo que es el juego de AI, porque son los que más datos tienen de todos y es a fin de cuentas lo que cuenta, siempre y cuando tengas suficiente dinero para poder expandir el hardware de todos los procesadores que estás usando para poder crear esos clusters, y Google tiene más dinero que Dios, así que todo bien para Google en este momento. Amazon está en la misma posición, además de que Amazon es una de las empresas que a mi gusto prometen, básicamente tienen el mayor potencial de la historia junto con Tesla. Y ahora, ¿por qué? Estas son cosas reales que puedo ver. En Amazon entiendo perfectamente la gente que empaqueta cosas y las lleva a un lado en la fábrica, completamente será sustituida por robots muy pronto. Lo mismo va a ocurrir con la gente que hace los deliveries, la gente que lleva los paquetes a todos lados. Van a ser sustituidos por coches autónomos y por robots. Lo mismo van a destruir a FedEx, a todo esto, como les había dicho, lo mismo de Tesla. Y van a poder crear todo esto sin necesidad de tener empleados, básicamente. Entonces, Amazon está posicionada para poder continuar creciendo y aumentando sus ingresos y disminuyendo sus liabilities, que son todos sus gastos. Así que Amazon, a mi gusto, va a ser una de las empresas que más reviente cuando revienten fuerte. Porque por ahora lo que estamos viendo en la trimestral es, hemos estado jugando esto, ¿no? Llegamos a este tope justamente en los 189 en el 2021 y desde entonces de ese tope que habíamos visto, hemos hecho un 28% a la alza, al máximo de ahora. No es tanto en realidad, pero es bastante bueno considerando si entraste en abril del 2023, en octubre del 2022, que fue el fondo de cuando Rusia nos iba a atacar nuclearmente, ahí hubieras hecho el doble de tu lana. Ha sido una absoluta barbaridad el movimiento de Amazon, pero es normalmente lo que hace, ¿no? Vamos a ver este movimiento de acá, una vez que llegamos a digamos, estos máximos que tomaron bastante tiempo en ser tomados, un 88%. Y una vez más, esto fue 22%, por lo que Amazon todavía puede correr mucho más. Voy a ponerles en este momento el HPDR para que lo puedan ver también. Y volatilidad en la trimestral, que nos dice, ha habido esta expansión de volatilidad de un punto bajo, y eso como refleja en el precio de los Amazon. Así un subidongo. Esta volatilidad en expansión trimestral es un subidongo y nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser los 252.84, que va a ser obviamente un nuevo máximo histórico. De poder romper eso, podríamos ir hasta los $300 míticos y aún más arriba de ellos. Así que, ¿qué estamos buscando? 252, romper a la alza para poder sacarle más jugo a esto. Mensual, tenemos volatilidad contrayendo, estamos en un punto bajo, pero no como estos, que fueron los megalzones de pezones, y estamos esperando ahora a ver cuándo nos va a dar este golpe mensual en la volatilidad. Por ahora estamos rebotando el promedio del 5, yendo a buscar la media que se encuentra en los 241, muy cerca de máximos históricos, y de poder romper los 241 iríamos a los 280. 280 nos van a teletransportar a los 313, si es que son tomados con fuerza. 2 semanas tenemos volatilidad haciendo mamadas, había estado expandiendo este periodo, pero después está como contrayendo, así que está yendo de lado. Por ahora, el objetivo a la baja, o donde sería bueno agregar, sería la zona entre los 2.26 y 2.23 para ir a buscar los 2.50. Después de los 2.50, una vez más, 2.66 y de ahí 2.89 y de ahí 312. Es como funcionaría esto. Semanal está pintando volatilidad nula. No habíamos tenido un setup de volatilidad nula desde simplemente el 2019. Así que empezamos con Toño de Valdés. Este va a ser un movimiento bastante fuerte. Y por ahora, Amazon está haciendo que habíamos llegado a la media, tuvimos el rechazo de la media, pero abrimos por encima de la media. Una vez más, zona de oportunidad 2.23 vuelve a aparecer con la media para poder agregar a tu posición e ir a buscar la parte alta en los 2.37 y de ahí máximos históricos en los 2.50. Diaria, estamos entrando en la zona azul, rompiendo el promedio del 9 que habíamos perdido en 1, 2, 3 ocasiones, y esto nos debería llevar a los 237, de 237 a 244, 244 a 250, 250 a 289, 289 a 313 y de ahí para arriba. Así que Amazon se ve bastante alcista. ¿Qué es lo que queremos hacer? ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? ¿Entradas o no a esta fiesta? Básicamente, a lo que suena, la mejor oportunidad, obviamente, y el extremo que me costaría trabajo ver que ocurra, sería el promedio del 100. Personalmente, creo que entre los 223 y 226 es donde podrías agregar si es que llega a bajar para poder agregar, y esta sería la zona de rebote. Esta me cuesta trabajo que lo vaya a hacer, pero todo es posible. Y ya, lo único que tienen que saber para si nos equivocamos es si te llevaste este mínimo de acá en los 2.12, 2.11, básicamente estamos mal y esto va para abajo, pero Momentum está apuntando para arriba en todas las está apuntando en todas las temporalidades, hasta en la de 4 horas, y estamos siendo estructura alcista. Bajos más altos, altos más altos, y eso debería de continuar sin problema alguno. Eso es Amazon, damas y caballeros. Vamos a Coinbase.
Let's see the coin of the base. How is it doing?
Let's see what Sam Scal. Oh, no. This is Brian. God damn it.
Bold Brian.
Bold Brian.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's looking good. We'd expect that. I mean, off of kind of what we've had the last week and a half with Bitcoin. For me, we're just simply watching $300. It's a very big spot for Coinbase. No reason to overcomplicate it. Under $300 psychological number often is when you start going down aggressively. So far the last few weeks, we've had consolidation under the 9, but holding the 21. Now, this is on the weekly. This is a good perspective on sometimes you get into moving average ranges where you're within a range, but then you're getting into a tinier range. It's, not very complicated, but just a mouthful. The idea is that as long as the EMA 21 holds and also that $300 level, this is going to just give you more of a bias of being bullish. The idea or objective here is bulls need to reclaim the 9. And so far, we've gotten that into last week's candle closure. Now we're watching very carefully this week. But looking at Coinbase and kind of where we actually closed 3 weeks ago, or I guess 2 weeks ago, we're on the 3rd week now, you did notice you did lose that EMA 21 before actually busting up. Now, this is just predatory in nature, right? Shorts just trading off moving averages assumed you're going to get an easy move down to the 34. But, again, just neglecting this $300 level is not wise. And we've seen major moves off this meme line only. As shown here back in November 2024, just purely off the meme line, measuring it, gave you a nice 16.9% move. So with this perspective now, I actually want to watch very carefully into this new weekly candle closure where we're actually going to get the bounce. We have the bias that Bitcoin can easily pull back within the next day or two. So far, we've seen that. We're gauging that, low 113,000 to 112,000 very carefully. Now, if Bitcoin's going to go into a minor pullback that's going to lead to a bullish outcome, then on this weekly, I actually want to see this EMA 21 hold. It'd actually be too easy to just start expanding from here, going to $334. Once you reclaim that, that's where 380 actually opens up. You've seen this range, again, be very well respected and play out. Nice reclaim, throwback, expansion. To me, that'd just be too easy, though, right here. I'd actually like to see some chop occur here. And that's what we had before this breakdown. Now, I'd like to see the chop keep happening before the breakout. Now, for me, I'd want to see this EMA 21 tested. It doesn't have to be. If the EMA 9 just simply keeps holding, yeah, this will be bullish. And once you get back above $334, we'll call it $335, ignore the cents. That'll be really good confirmation of a major move up. We're talking about potentially opening up a 13% range off that $335 reclaim. So going into this week, it kind of plays into what you were saying, Alejandro. We'd want to see this fast rather than slow, meaning just a quick aggressive swipe down, form that bullish structure, get bears to short into this. You have a simple reclaim. It's very, you have to look at the detail. But you do have a reclaim. We know this EMA 21 is often where you get big bounces from. So if you ended up rolling over, not losing the weekly 9, but just aggressively dumping and then getting a spring before this weekly closes in 4 days, that would be really bullish. And that would be actually a death sentence for bears that shorted into this dump. Right? Imagine catching a 5, almost 6% short, feeling really good. Bullish structure starts forming. You get a spring. As soon as you start getting back above 320, that's when shorts really start feeling it. That could be enough fuel to actually get a move up to $380. This could line up nicely with our $118,000 to $120,000 Bitcoin. So this week to me just really does, for crypto and even Coinbase, it really does seem like the week of just waiting to position. Yeah, I wouldn't be really shorting here because you do run the risk, if we view the daily, of a little move up, actually hitting the meme line and then rolling over. Again, we've seen this range play out pretty well before. And so if we're on the camp that, well, maybe the weekly is going to give us a pullback that leads to our Bitcoin scenario. What could that look like on the daily then? Well, firstly, the daily isn't a buy trigger, but you still are approaching resistance. So in theory, this, as long as you hold above the EMA 34, you should get that move up to $335. That's where you could start seeing bears pick up. It's not until you get any daily candle closures above $335 where, yeah, I'll become bullish and we'll just simply target the next range high. But here, I mean, you do see a daily 9 was holding us down. You got a nice green dildo up, held the 21, nice throwback, expanded, held the 34, expanded. But really, you still just left the 9 not being tested. Now that's at $316. That just gives you a little bit of confluence that if you get a tiny pullback in this region, should be gauging this zone. Losing the daily 9 will give you confluence of that weekly EMA 21 tap that just lines up nicely with the daily EMA 100. We know the daily EMA 100 is a big spot. And as long as you're above that, which luckily for us is lined up pretty nicely with the meme line, then really there should be no question of if we're bullish or bearish. We're just playing within the range. I do think you can form simply another higher low and just really grind out bullish structure. Now let's see what the HPDR has to say, because this could be actually interesting. So actually, yeah, it's kind of funny. You do see the median has shifted all the way down, and it's now actually perfectly touching the EMA 21 on the weekly. So what that can tell you is even if at current price action, you get an aggressive dump to $306, still this low $300 region still going to be looked at as an opportunity. And it's telling you that if you hold that area, you'll have an easy move up to that $356. Again, just good confluence of saying, yeah, From that point, you could then start reclaiming $335 and then go up to the next range highs. So even on the HBDR, it's literally saying, yeah, weekly median retest should be what you're gauging within this range. You're not really looking to play that until you get either to the top side of the 38.2% or this weekly median. There is a greater chance, in my opinion, of testing this weekly median, specifically too when we do see Bitcoin struggling and finding resistance at $116,000. Now we'll go to the monthly. Now, all right, if you needed any more confluence of how important $300 is, well, let's watch and see where this monthly EMA9 shifts to in October. Very easily could shift up to the 290s, closer to $300. Now, visually on a monthly, again, you can just see how important this spot is for Coinbase. If we can actually get a monthly 9 creeping up to around that $300 region, that'll be actually looking incredibly bullish to me. The monthly is still in a questionable uptrend. After we took out the last higher low on the monthly, at this point, the only objective was a new high, right? You need to take out this last major rejection high and actually get a higher high break, right? That puts the monthly back into an uptrend. From that higher high break, you essentially, the last 2 months, had some downside. You've just been consolidating at $300. You're noticing here on the monthly, you're actually front running this monthly 9, which could tell you that into next month, wherever this shifts will be very important for positioning. But in this perspective, this still says, yeah, this is bullish. And this could be actually looked at as a monthly higher low. So if Bitcoin's about to put in a major move up, but firstly testing the weekly 9, then that can tell me that, yeah, Coinbase could actually be starting a major move up. Specifically, if this is going to be a higher low, you'd have to logically look at this wick high. And then you'd say, well, yeah, I mean, a higher high is brewing if the uptrend is going to hold. Oh, wow. And now just even throwing on the HBDR, more confluence to this idea. $300 just got majorly solidified with this view, because not only will you have that monthly 9 creeping up to there, but you also have, you're in a monthly breakout on Coinbase actually. 38.2% continues to hold, and you actually see you opened above the top side of the 38.2%. All this month was a throwback, and now you have a nice green candle here. Now can both hold this in 15 days. Ideally, if our weekly scenario plays out, it should. Okay, you just quickly swipe down and then you move up. But even on this monthly view, this is bullish and this solidifies $300. As soon as you start losing that monthly 9, you start closing under $300, it's going to start really opening up a major move down, specifically first to $265. Now, if you start losing that on the daily, I do believe you can come all the way down to that $230 region. Current price action, right? Bearish scenario, talking about like a 30% move down. Excuse me. Same idea, right? Weekly, 2-week EMA9 reclaim. So you got a little pullback in that region. Again, just not a place to be concerned. Many things, daily, weekly, 2-week, and even possibly a new monthly candle in October telling you this low $300 region still is the spot to bid. Now, I remember when Farn was talking about Coinbase, and he was saying that I do think the Academy is still long from this region here. So as long as you just continue to hold this region, I do think you're going to go up to $335. Reclaim that, you'll start seeing 380 open up. Again, no reason to be bearish on here. I do think a pullback's more likely in this region. Now that pullback should be an opportunity. I'm watching again carefully $300 to like that $320 region. Anywhere, no, I'll correct that. The $300 region to like $315. Anywhere around there is just an opportunity. It's a big range, but Coinbase is a very volatile stock. And with crypto looking where it's at, anything could happen. Bitcoin could dump a few $1,000s more. Coinbase quickly comes down, retests this region, and then just moves up. we've seen this price action before. You just get aggressive moves down, hold the area that you're watching, and then you just move up. So ideally, you should be straight to business. That's all I have on Coinbase. I'll lastly say you do have a daily BBWP set up. So this is telling you a move is coming. Ideally, that should not fire off until we actually get that retest on the weekly. So, right, we see it's kind of creeping up back above the moving average, but still not above 15%. So in theory, if you did end up getting an aggressive pullback, in quotation marks, aggressive pullback, this could, in theory, just reset volatility and you don't get the expansion. That would be a bullish scenario. You should be watching volatility reset. If you do start coming down, you start seeing volatility expand while coming down, then also losing $300. Yeah, you have a recipe for a big move down then. But until then, I'm looking at that as an opportunity. And I do think this week will be a week of positioning potentially.
Excelente, señor. Very easy and very clear. Thank you.
Yeah.
For you, Tesla.
Tesla. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Pregunta Elías. Salo, ¿dónde entro en Amazon si no he entrado? Te voy a decir algo, mi Elías. Te voy a ser honesto. No me interesa a mí entrar ahorita a la bolsa en nada, porque una vez más, yo pienso en contra de todos los demás, que el mercado va a caer último cuarto de este año, el primer cuarto del siguiente. No tengo prisa para entrar. ¿Quieres entrar en Amazon? Bastante fácil. 218 debería ser una buena oportunidad, simplemente porque es el EMA 100, si es que se llega a dar, y tu invalidación está aquí abajo en los 211. Si llegas a bajar si llegas a bajar a los 211 y te ves para abajo, esto quiere decir que fue un alto más bajo y va a dar continuación a la baja. Pero tu oportunidad está en esta línea meme en los 218 a los 214 con el SMA 200. Abajo de 211 lo cancelaría porque vas a ir a buscar más abajo y tal vez tengas más oportunidades acá. Ahí lo tienes, si es que te interesa ese trade. Una vez más, no creo que todo todo va a máximos históricos, va a ser una vez, lo que yo veo es como el Trump pump, ¿no? Y de ahí corrección. Vale. Coinbase, que es lo que estábamos viendo. La base de todas las monedas, tíos. Los voy a poner en la de 2 semanas para que podamos ver la tabla bien. Les he dicho 1000 veces, este es un gran patrón de tasa y agarradera con un objetivo bastante sencillo aquí arriba. Denme un segundo. Y se los pongo en los 657. ¿Lo va a dar ya? No sé. Igual y este fue el pico que vimos en Coinbase. Recuerden que Coinbase hizo el pico en el 2021 antes que todo. Lo hizo acá en abril. Este pico cuando lo hicimos en julio. Y el mercado hizo tope en noviembre del 2021 y en noviembre del 2021 hizo un alto más bajo que el que había hecho en abril, ¿no? Que fue cuando salió. Entonces, julio, ¿dónde está abril? En este año, abril fue a la baja, fue al revés, y ahora estamos aquí arriba. Y lo que pudimos haber hecho fue simplemente un alto más alto antes que todo lo demás y ahora ir a buscar un alto más bajo. Todavía no es claro esto y no sabríamos, tenía que ir acompañado de Bitcoin. Básicamente lo que le pase a Bitcoin le va a pasar a Coinbase. Si Bitcoin se va para arriba, Coinbase va a ir para arriba. Si Bitcoin se va para abajo, Coinbase va a ir para abajo. No tenemos que ser genios para entender eso. Por ahora, se deslindará de eso pronto con lo de JP Morgan y todas estas cosas que están haciendo, pero por ahora Coinbase se ve muy alcista. Pueden ver esta consolidación alcista con bajos más altos en toda la tabla. El único bajo que no fue más alto fue pero tuviste un alto más alto, así que es bueno para mí. Y es lo que les digo, esto es lo que hace cripto. Esto es lo que le encanta hacer a cripto. Tengo este mínimo, no me lo puedo llevar. Si me lo llevo, quiere decir que voy a ir para abajo, pero en verdad lo que hace es alto histórico. Es por eso que cuando Bitcoin está consolidando a la alza, va a ser más bajista, y cuando consolida a la baja, va a ser más alcista. Es lo mismo que acá. Ok, con eso dicho, tenemos nuestro máximo histórico del 7 de julio y desde entonces, de esos $445, caímos hasta los 293 y estamos cotizando justamente por acá. Me gusta la vista de 2 semanas simplemente por lo fácil que es, pero aquí está en la mensual. Tienes una vela toperona. No es topera, pero es toperona y tuviste follow through inmediato. Esto a mí me haría pensar que tu oportunidad va a ser o donde estás o en los 280 más o menos, que es donde está el promedio del 9. Si es que esto va a continuar subiendo. Ya tuviste un máximo y ahora estás creando un mínimo. Y es bastante fácil saber si ya creaste un buen mínimo, porque si te llevas los 291 para abajo, eso quiere decir que no has hecho el mínimo de este movimiento. Este es el máximo. Vas a buscar. Fue como esto, que se quedan estas velas más o menos por acá. Y dices, no hay pedo, y bolas, güey, para abajo. Esto podría darse en ese escenario. Voy a poner el HPDR para ver cómo se ve. Pueden ver que en la mensual justamente el 61.8% está acá. Ahora, ¿de dónde venimos acá? De un rechazo del 61.8%. Caímos a la zona azul, rebotamos y ahora estamos volviendo a subir. La zona a vencer son los 343. Si puedes romper los 343, vas a ir para arriba a buscar este máximo histórico. De perder los 293, que es la parte baja de la zona azul, 292, vas a ir primero al promedio del 9 en los 275 y segundo a donde está tu media en los 236. ¿Esto sería el fin de esto? No, porque si te pones a ver, tienes mínimo, máximo, mínimo, máximo, y si llegaras a la media, sería un bajo más alto y sería justo con la línea meme. Así que yo con paciencia esperaría a ver esta zona. No estoy interesado ahorita en entrar en Coinbase, está en una zona donde le gusta atraer a gente para después dejarla ahí, y por ahora no lo veo claro, no veo que este sea la zona de rebote. Podría ser, pero personalmente no lo tomaría como ley todavía. Esperaría retestear la media probablemente. 2 semanas, ¿qué me dice? Estamos justamente por debajo de la media. 3.25 es donde está la media, estamos en 3.23. De poder romper la media y el promedio del 9 en los 3.25 también, vamos a tener un objetivo de nuestra línea meme en los 3.43, pero una vez lo que les he dicho, si podemos romper los 3.43, siguiente objetivo van a ser los 402. Ahí el 50% te pone cerca de máximos históricos y el 61.8% te pone en máximos históricos. Es lo que esperarías, pero tienes por este momento volatilidad contrayendo, así que nada ayudándote en este momento. Aquí lo importante aguantar van a ser los 325 y los 316, que es el promedio del 5 en la de 2 semanas. Semanal, ¿qué tenemos en la semanal? Vamos a ver en la volatilidad contrayendo. Vemos que la media cayó agresivamente y abrimos por encima y estamos un poco arriba del promedio del 9 en los 323. El promedio del 9 está en los 322. Y ahora vamos para abajo. Estamos literalmente a 12 centavos de él. Si no podemos aguantar acá, deberíamos de tener nuestro siguiente objetivo en los $300. $300 primero. De ahí 2.87 y de ahí 2.67. Estos $300 son elementales. A mi gusto, esto podría ser donde rebotemos a la alza. Pero una vez más, no me preocuparía si caigo a los 2.68 o a los 2.42 porque seguirías creando formaciones alcistas. Diaria te está rechazando la parte alta de la zona azul después del 50%. Ahora el rechazo viene de aquí arriba y esto de no aguantar la zona, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. ¿Ya se dio la vuelta o no? No, todavía no. Esto quiere decir que tu promedio del 9 sería la siguiente zona a retestear en los 3.12. De no poder aguantar los 3.12, tu media en los 3.5 y el promedio del 100 está en los 302. Pero ya habías tocado este promedio del 100 diario 1.000.000 de veces. Si lo vuelves a tocar rápido, yo creo que vas más para abajo. Y esto hace que el análisis se vuelva más sencillo, honestamente. ¿Por qué? Fácil. Aquí lo tienen, Coinbase en la diaria. Tienes el gap de aquí arriba entre los 344 y 365, llamando a todo el mundo para que se meta el long. Estás creando esta formación alcista. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que quieres si eres alcista? Simplemente llevarte los 330. Con que te lleves los 330, nos dice esto que continuamos buscando el máximo de este mínimo. ¿Ok? Si no te llevas los 330 a la alza, y en vez te llevas el mínimo esta vela en los 320, probablemente vayas a visitar los 300. Y ahora, en los 300, si no aguantas, puede que la caída sea más fuerte de lo que piensas, porque básicamente de los 300 tienes aire limpio hasta los 270, que es donde está el SMI 200, y el SMI 200 no lo hemos tocado desde mayo, que fue cuando lo recuperamos después de la caída de abril. Así que 320 primero a la baja es aguantar, luego los 300, pierdes 300, probablemente vengas a los 270. No aguantas esta zona y caes directo, olvídalo. Esto empezaría a cocinar si tienes un gap aquí abajo hasta los 215. Bastante fácil, ¿no? Ahí lo tienen. Entonces, una vez más, quiero entrar en un trade, ¿a lo que hago? No entres aquí, por el amor de Dios. Estás en medio de intentar ver si vas a romper esto o no. Esperaría romper esto. Si rompes esto, vas a venir acá y retestear esta línea. Esta va a ser tu entrada segura en los 343 en vez de en los 323, si es para poder asegurar que te dé este movimiento. Si entras acá en largo, tal cual donde estás, lo primero que tienes que hacer es entender que si esta vela se lleva el mínimo de los 320, yo me saldría porque vas a visitar los 300 básicamente, si te llevas los 320 para abajo, entre los 312 y los 300. Y si te llevas los 300, te vas a los 266, donde esta sería la buena entrada. Ahora, de no aguantar los 266, que es una zona importante para el precio de Coinbase, pueden ver acá todos los rechazos. De no aguantar esta zona, la caída va a ser brutal. Yo creo que podríamos ver los 230 hasta los 211 sin problema, hasta los 180, si es que llegamos a romper los 272. Tienen que tener cuidado con eso. Entonces, eres alcista, quieres entrar ahorita, no pierdas los 320, de perder los 320, los 312 sería el siguiente, de perder los 312, los 300, y ahí es donde yo diría, ojo, porque si esto no aguanta en los 270, vas mucho más para abajo. Este fue el tope del rally y vas a cerrar el gap de acá y lo cierras en los 215. Así que atentos acá con Coinbase. Una vez más va a seguir el precio de Bitcoin, así que pendientes a él por ahora. Vámonos a XRPP.
Alrighty, vamos por XRPP en uno chelas.
Both.
¿Por qué
Why
no
not
los
at the
dos?
same time?
Same time. That's what all XRP buyers do anyways. They slam beers.
I would too, if I was an XRP buyer, because I'm probably homeless.
I used to be an XRP buyer, and then I took a liquidation notice in the knee. That's a line from that game Skyrim for all the cultured people. So on the quarterly on XRPP, we are once again back over that 61.8% area. We haven't even touched the 61.8% on the quarterly HPDR since the 2017 rally. That's the only time we've ever been anywhere near the 61.8%. Regaining momentum, breaking into the bullish control zone. Once again, the only time ever we've been in the bullish control zone on the quarterly has been in 2017. We're getting volatility spiking higher than we did in the 2023 rally. Only times that we've had volatility really this high, I believe, was actually no, it came just about the same area at the 2023 high, whenever they won that lawsuit. And right now, but the difference between that time and this time is that momentum was pointing to the downside at that point, and it was in the bearish control zone. Now it's the opposite. Momentum is pointing up, and it's in the bullish control zone. And the jewel is still giving us a buy signal. Let's go to the monthly. Monthly is now once again getting momentum pointing to the upside. Monthly is putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out all of these previous lows while price just made higher lows. The volatility is very close to getting into expansion, and now the monthly jewel has lost the sell signal and is flipping into a neutral. We did close below the median and we got a rejection, but the median ended up moving down, and now we are getting a bounce off the 5 EMA, giving us a target of this 38.2%. We have already kind of slightly front run it. But as long as we are closing above the median, probabilities are that we're going to, at the very least, try to test it again. And that level sits at about $3.34. See anything else? No. On the 2 week. 2 week is getting momentum flipping to the upside, getting into the bullish control zone. 2 week is also putting in some, actually, no, it made a lower low, so there's no divergence there. Let's see, getting back over the 9 EMA, getting a strong bounce over from the 9, reclaiming the 5. And as long as you're holding over that 5, likely going to try to test this meme line at about $3.40. Weekly. Weekly is also starting to freshly flip back up, getting back over the moving average, rejecting the bearish control zone. Volatility is now at extreme lows. Let's check out the jewel. Zoom in. Jewel's giving us a bullish cross now with the pink getting above the yellow. However, it's happening in the bullish control zone, so it's not going to be as powerful as it happened down here, but it should give you some decent results nevertheless. And this is the area right around here, somewhere between here and here, where the jewel would flip back around and switch into a neutral and then a buy signal. And that would, if it does make it into to the edge of the bearish control zone, that would put in 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. As of now, the same thing happened as we saw in the higher time frames, where we rejected the median and then ended up opening above it. So if we do see a move to the downside from here, we would see a retest of the 9 EMA, this meme line, and the median, all in the same zone around that $2.90 area. And if we do see that retest of that zone, I would look at that as an opportunity for a long towards this 38.2%. And your stop loss would be this wick low at about $2. Oh, nice number, 269. So you would be risking, let's see how much from this meme line. You're risking about 7.5% versus 38.2% is about 16%, 16.6%. So that's more than 2 to 1 odds. Pretty good trade right there. Weekly is also putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low, while price made a higher low, and it did confirm on this close here after we formed a local bottom, and that would give us also probabilities of hitting that 38.2%. I don't trade shit coins, or I would have taken that long myself. 5 days now starting to flip down on momentum with volatility getting into an expansion phase, but I wouldn't look at that as too worrying as long as we're holding over that 9 EMA. As long as we're holding over the 9, probabilities are that we're likely going to test the median again, which is at about $3.21. 5 days pretty close to giving you a bearish jewel cross, but this is like 2 closes at least away, and there is possibility of reclaiming the median in that time frame and diverging these lines. 2 days still pointing to the upside, getting into the bullish control zone. Volatility is expanding. Jewel's giving you a buy signal in the bearish control zone. We're getting a strong bounce off this 21 EMA so far. If we do close like this, we're likely going to test it again. If not, it'll move a little bit lower to test this 38.2% around that same $2.08 area. That should be a spring into at least retesting this $3.15 to $3.20 zone. I do think it's going to bust at that point, but that's just personal opinion. Daily, let's zoom in a little. Daily was about to give us a silver cross to the downside, ended up getting some busting action, and then the lines diverged. Now we're getting a strong bounce from this 21 EMA. What we'd like to see, if we're going to be bullish, is a reclaim of this 5, and then we can see a move up into this 38.2%, and another attempt at this 315, 320 high. Momentum on the daily is pointing to the downside, however, while volatility is contracting. That is telling you likely going to get a higher low, and your daily is now putting in a possible hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. Confirmation for that is a close over $3.13, and that takes you up to somewhere around 325 to 340. Daily is very close to giving you a bullish cross on the jewel, with the pink getting pretty close to getting above the yellow, and this is happening below the bullish control zone, so this likely should be pretty significant if it does confirm. That's what takes you towards that 340-ish zone, which is right around our current all-time highs. 4 hours now starting to flip back up on momentum. Volatility is at extreme lows, and the jewel has lost the sell signal in the bearish control zone. Comes from a strong bounce off this 200 SMA. If we do see a move down, which we are getting now with the rejection from median, I'd be looking for somewhere around this 55 at about $3 flat, and that would be a nice long zone with this wick low as your stop loss, and you'd be looking for somewhere around 315 from there. Now let's go into the RSI. Nothing there. Quarterly is getting over that 21 EMA on the Bitcoin pairing, and this is the first time we've been over that 21 since about 2019, since that bear market. We never once got back over the 21 on a closing basis. Every one of our previous highs was a rejection of that 21 EMA. So getting solid closes over that 21 is a very, very significant change in structure. Right now, we would have a target of hitting the bullish control zone, but unfortunately, because of how many zeros there are, I can't tell you what number that is. Monthly is now reclaiming the 100, which 100 has been some solid resistance all the way through. Monthly is ever just so like slightly away from having a silver cross to the upside. I do think on this monthly close, maximum next monthly close, this is going to confirm that silver cross to the upside. And when you do confirm a silver cross, it comes with a massive pump speed along with it, which we have nothing but air in this zone here. So we could see a very explosive move to the upside on the XRP Bitcoin pairing. Maybe that takes us to that $21 target. Maybe Buddy is correct. maybe we'll be the retards for laughing at him.
That'd be incredible. That would show me that this world is full of surprises still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gladly accept the possibility of being a retard.
Yeah, always. I am a retard. Not the possibility.
I am also strongly a retard.
It's a nice club.
Yeah, the retard club. The real gains were the retard friends we made along the way.
That's right.
5-day currently has active bullish divergence on XRP Bitcoin. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over about many zeros 2511, and your next target is going to be the simple moving average, which I can't tell you what that is, and the critical zone I can't tell you what that is. And 5-day is now sitting at almost 0% on volatility with active bullish divergence. 3 days 0% volatility, or 1%, close enough, with a fresh buy signal on the jewel. 2-day, it's just now starting to expand from extreme lows on volatility. We're freshly over that moving average with active hidden bullish divergence and another drive possible. This will confirm with a close over about many zeros 2745. Too many zeros for Coach Loco to count. 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bearish divergence currently active on the daily. This will be active as long as you're closing below about many zeros 2745, and your next target on that divergence is going to be the simple moving average and the neutral zone. Can't tell you what the number that is, but in terms of the EMAs, that would be, if you see continuation, somewhere around this 100 at around many zeros 2525 area. 4-hour currently has some active bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over many zeros 2573. Next target on the divergence is the simple moving average in terms of price, somewhere around this breakdown zone at many zeros 2696. Now let's check out the US dollar or the Tether pairing, or the US dollar actually, because that XRP has existed before Tether. Nothing there. Nothing there. 2-week currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $2.69, good number. And your next target is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now is at 314. And the critical zone is sitting at $6.34. All I need is $6 for me to not look like a retard for bringing that number up. 5 days got bullish divergence, just like the Bitcoin pairing on Tether, on dollar pairing. I keep mistaking it for Tether. This is the dollar, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing over $2.77. You're gonna get an easy move from there into the simple moving average, which right now is at about 334, just below our current all-time highs. Volatility is at extreme lows, so that we'd have to also consider the critical zone, which is now sitting at about $5.10. 3-day currently has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence with a fresh buy signal on the jewel. Divergence will be active as long as you're closing over $2.77. Next target is the bullish control zone. That level sits at about 369. Wonderful number. And the critical zone is at $6. 2-day, nothing. Daily. Daily, nothing. Very close to. I actually did invalidated the daily bullish divergence. If we do see a continuation down from here, it would be towards the bullish control zone, which right now is sitting at about 293. Very nice. It lines up wonderfully with that 290 zone. 4 hour. 4 hour currently has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will remain active as long as you're closing over 295. Next move is into the bullish bearish control zone, which right now is sitting at about 309, and then the neutral zone is sitting at 317. Neutral zone, and then bullish control zone is at about 330. So you would need a close on the 4 hour over about $3.07, and you'd likely do retest your current all-time highs based off of that hidden bullish divergence. Now let's check the momentum.
7 or 17?
I'm sorry?
$3.07 or $3.17?
7.
Oh, thank you.
It's actually 3.068, but I'm just rounding it up.
I'll take the rounding.
Clean chart. I mean, momentum chart. I don't know why I wrote clean on there. I don't even remember. This has been titled this for like years.
It's been like that since the start, so it's fine. It's a clean chart.
It's very clean. And now I can't change it because that's what I have these memorized as.
I mean, there's no need to change it, really.
I know what they are, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly.
On quarterly, we still have momentum on the dollar pairing pointed up with volatility expanding from the lowest level ever. We're going to get our quarterly close in about 15 days, and from there we want to see where this pivot goes to, because we're projected to be right at the edge of the bullish control zone. So if we are going to be bearish at that point, this pivot is likely going to move up. Move up, and it's going to move up above price action. If this pivot, like either way, it's going to move up. But if it moves up and it's still significantly below price, pressure is still massively onto the upside. Monthly is freshly pointing up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 234. 2 week is also pointed up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 309, which you were currently below. We got 13 days left to go though, which is an eternity in shitcoin land. Weekly is currently close to flipping up, but it's currently pointing down. It's still above the bullish control zone, projected on this next open to be right at the edge of the bullish control zone. This is the area where if we're going to be bullish, this pivot will drop. Let's see, 5 day. 5 days also pointing down with volatility now sitting at extreme lows, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 329, and you're projected on this next. Actually, going to take you about 2 opens, more opens to get to the bearish control zone. So it's not really looking the worst. At that zone, likely momentum, the pivot will drop, and that'll put in some possible hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing above about $2.22. That's likely what happens at that. Where momentum stays down with volatility at extreme lows. Maybe it starts expansion a little bit to the downside, take out this previous low in momentum, holding over 222 on the closing basis, and then puts in some hidden bullish divergence and sends it back up. 2 day pointing up now with a derp of life. Last time we had a derp of life is when we hit our current all-time highs. Volatility is freshly going into expansion now with momentum pointing up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 279. We're getting that nice move down now to about $3 to 290. It's nice whenever we get them live on the stream. Daily is currently pointing down with volatility currently in expansion phase, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $3.10. 4 hours currently pointing up with volatility going into contraction, and it's going to be pointing up as long as you're closing over 297. And it does make sense to flip up here because this is right at the edge of the critical zone. Let's zoom in a little bit, getting right to that 55 EMA on the 4 hour. 200 is at that 290 zone. As long as you're holding over that 55 EMA on a closing basis, this is likely going to be your local bottom. Start to lose that 55 EMA on a closing basis, then you're going to get to your 200. there is a possibility you could make an ever so slightly higher low. I just don't think that's going to hold. I think you're going to go a little bit lower to that 290 area, sweep all of these lows, and then get your bounce, and then go back over $3 from there. For the 2 hour. And 2 hours also flip to the upside, and it's going to be pointing up as long as you're closing over about $2.98. But the 2 hour is now forming possible hidden bearish divergence because we are making lower highs on price, while momentum is making higher highs, and that will confirm with any close below about $3.01. And that will take you down towards your 200, which lines up with about $2.90. Let's move back up to check out daily. Okay. 2 hour, 2 hours now giving you a silver cross to the downside also. Then, two, all right, so the higher time frames on XRP are still looking quite bullish. You're just maintaining this 5 EMA. You never really even got a move to your 9. You just got strong bounces off your 5 and continue to the upside to all-time highs from there. Quarterly has always remained pointed up. Hasn't flipped down at all since around end of 2023, and it hasn't even been in danger of flipping to the downside because the pivots have always been such significantly lower than price action. On the monthly, we did, however, flip down a little bit, but now we flip back up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, with the pivot being significantly lower than price action. But when you go below there, momentum is starting to flip down. It's, I believe, flipped down in the 2 week. 2 weeks is flipped up. On the weekly and below, it is currently flipped down. Making the higher the probabilities of getting a little bit of a move down from here to tap somewhere around $2.90, which is supported by the hidden bearish divergence present on the 2 hour, and that is very close to confirming right now, and that would give us a target of that 200 SMA on the 2 hour. It lines up right with my meme line. Very high probability you will bounce at that $2.90 zone though, and I'm targeting somewhere around $3.30 from there based off of our RSI divergence targets. And if we can get a daily close over about $3.35, then you will likely go towards your next target on the RSI, sitting somewhere around $5.10. Significantly higher than our current all-time highs. That would be the RSI target until it updates, which is going to update at the end of this month. Then we have to see what that number moves to from there. But as of right now, it's sitting somewhere around $5.10. And then the next level from after that is about $6.34. The long-awaited and prophesized $6 area. Invalidation right now is getting either a tick below about $1.61 or a weekly close below about $2.24. Either one of those two things, and then I probably would say the XRP is in a bear market, and we're probably going to come back down at the very least this 100 at around $1.32. But I think we're probably going to do somewhere around this 200. My personal bias just below 80 cents. Right. But just to wrap it up, I think in the short term we get a little bit of a move down, tap somewhere around $2.98, and then from there move into our $3.30 / all-time high. And then if we don't put in a fuck you candle and close below about $3, tapping all-time highs and then closing below this 9 EMA. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's a possibility. At that point, you will likely go down to somewhere around 170, but very unlikely. Likely somewhere around bounce 290s and then 330s, 340s, maybe a slight rejection, and then it move into whatever the RSI target is at that point. Right now, it's at 510.
Good job, Mr. Garlic Bread. Thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. Easy peasy.
Garlic bread is the primo of Cochiloco.
Now they're related, those motherfuckers.
They are related. That's how they can manipulate the price, because they have the cartels buying.
That's pretty good
on every dump.
That's pretty good. I'll take it, Mr. Cochiloco and Mr. Garlic Bread. Thank you so much to you both.
De nada.
Y entonces, estamos viendo XRP. XRP, tenemos nuestro máximo histórico justamente acá en los 3.66. 3.66, ¿no? No me estoy perdiendo de nada. Bien, vamos a analizar esta tabla. Es bastante fácil, honestamente, si lo volteamos a ver de cerca. Por ahora, XRP en la trimestral se ve muy alcista. Pueden ver que todos los promedios del más rápido al más lento en perfecto orden, el promedio del 5, el promedio del 9, el promedio del 21, el promedio del 34. Nada mal. Ahora, estamos a punto de ver y posiblemente el cierre más fuerte de toda la historia trimestral. La última vez que habíamos cerrado fue el cierre más alto fue justamente acá en los 2.22 y ahorita estamos 80 centavos más arriba en los $3 planos, tal cual. De poder aguantar por encima de los 2.90, deberíamos de ir a buscar un nuevo máximo histórico. Estos 2.90 tienen cara de venir a ser retesteados en esta tabla y creo que en temporalidades más bajas también. Ahora, volatilidad ha estado expandiendo todo el tiempo y no se ha dado la vuelta todavía. Y esto continúa todavía casi llegando a 69%, el punto más bajo de la tabla. Y esto obviamente se dio con el SERP de Hamas en octubre 23, como todos los movimientos explosivos a la alza. Vamos a ver cómo se ve con el HPDR, damas y caballeros. Denme 30 minutos para poder ampliar esto. Aquí es donde ya entras en ese territorio pendejo, en esto. Estás encima del 61.8% y tu siguiente objetivo, pues es donde dices, no, está en los $27, tío. Para la gente, tienen que entender, nada es imposible, por supuesto, pero el precio de XRP yéndose a $27 es un 10x de donde están ahorita. Eso quiere decir que valdría 1.8 trillones de dólares. Es imposible eso, ¿ok? Por ahora. Por ahora es imposible, solamente para aquellos, porque he visto muchos videos de gente que hace XRP está a punto de irse. Y no es cierto. El tope de todo esto podría ser por ahí de los $6, que es lo que el señor Cochiloco y el señor Garlic Bread nos están diciendo. Personalmente me cuesta trabajo ver cómo eso va a ser posible, pero si ellos creen en esto, ellos creen en esto. Mensual podemos ver que nuestra media se encuentra justamente en esta línea meme en los 2.25 y por ahora estamos por encima del promedio del 9 que está en los 2.5 y nuestro promedio del 5 en los 2.65. Estando por ahí tenemos más probabilidades de venir a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 3.3. No sería máximo histórico, pero de llevarnos este máximo de acá y el de atrás en los 3.40 deberíamos de poder ir a buscar máximo histórico y también los 4.30, los 4.28, que son el 50%. Ya más arriba de esto, el 61.8% debería ser el extremo donde se acabe esto en los 6.65 si es que se llega a dar. Pero por ahora, una vez más, no quieres perder los 2.5 a los 2.25. Esto es lo que debería de continuar esa fuerte tendencia alcista de XRP. Pueden verlo acá, tal cual así. ¿No? Pum, 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 para arriba. 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos volatilidad contrayendo, por supuesto. Podemos ver que estamos entrando en el 61.8%, nos está rechazando. Pero de poder entrar por acá, nuestro objetivo en el 78.6% está en los 5.61. Pero pueden ver lo alto que está eso y lo difícil que lo va a hacer. Nuestro siguiente objetivo en esto de no poder darse va a ser nuestro 50% y el promedio del 9 en los 2.75. Y de perder esos 2.75, 2.50 es la parte alta de la zona azul. Esto debería de aguantar vara, ¿ok? En los 2.50. Semanal. ¿Qué tenemos en la semanal? Tenemos absolutamente nada, volatilidad contrayendo, tenemos a la media bajar después del rechazo y estamos abriendo por encima, lo que nos dice que deberíamos de ir a los 3.40, pero no antes, y no hay obligación, de probablemente retestear la media en los 2.89. 2.89 o hasta el promedio del 21 en los 2.73 y tendrías que rebotar con fuerza. De perder los 2.73, empieza a verse un poco más oscuro esto y los 2.50 empiezan a aparecer en varios lados. 5 días, rechazo de la media, 1, 2, esta sería la tercera vez por adelantado. Eso quiere decir que estamos perdiendo el promedio del 9 y eso nos debería llevar a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 2.83. Si llegamos a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 2.83, 61.8% está en los 2.57. 2.57 continúa apareciendo más o menos por esta zona, pero el promedio del 9 debería, el promedio del 34 debería aguantar en los 2.69. Diaria habías tenido expansión de volatilidad, pero ahora está volteándose para abajo. Aquí, de acá a acá contrajo, de acá a acá está contrayendo y todavía no hay confirmación, lo vamos a ver hoy. Pero si tienes volatilidad contrayendo, estás viendo el rechazo de esta zona y ahorita se los voy a enseñar sin HPDR. Nuestra media está en los 2.9, la parte baja de la zona azul en los 2.8. y el 61.8% en los 2.7 y el S&P 200 en los 2.5. ¿Ok? Déjenme ver cómo se ve la de 4 horas. Volatilidad contrayendo, la media rechazando, el promedio del 9, el 34, todos. Estamos viendo el 55, mínimo 2.98 y nuestro S&P 200 que lo tocamos una sola vez aquí abajo en los 2.96. Ok. 2.94 acá. Y la de 12 horas es la que me va a dictar todo esto. Ok. Voy a regirme por ella. Es la más fácil de todas. Para empezar, en la de 12 horas pueden ver, venimos de esto, del pico de acá, que fue el tope, el máximo histórico, y desde entonces hemos hecho altos más bajos, ¿no? Lo pueden ver acá. Pero rompimos este canal a la alza. La cosa es, esto, una vez que rompió a la alza, no ha venido a retestear otra vez la zona de breakout. La primera zona importante para poder entrar en largo va a ser acá con muy poco leverage en los 2.90, porque los 2.75 me siguen apareciendo. Y aquí es donde debería de darte la zona de máxima oportunidad con una invalidación en corto en los 2.69. Te llevas los 2.69 y probablemente va a caer más. Pero recuerda que cripto, bajo, bajo más bajo y nuevo alto más alto que estos. Es lo que le gusta hacer. Entonces, si apenas va a ser la primera vez que voy a tocar el S&P 200, porque no lo toqué acá, en la de 12 horas, y lo voy a hacer ahí, yo creo que los 2.80 debería ser la mejor posición. 2.90 primero y luego 2.80. Y eso debería de aguantar sin llevarte los 2.69. Aunque te llevas los 2.69 y por poquito, o sea, ponte tú a los 2, es que los 2.50 también vean. 2.80, 2.50 en la diaria sería el S&P 200. Y acá es el 100. El 100 te debe de aguantar en la diaria, en los 2.80. Si no aguanta, vas a 2.50 y es bastante más para abajo. Así que si eres alcista en XRP, la idea es esperar, tener paciencia a cualquiera de estas dos entradas, a la que tú le veas y le tengas fe. Tu invalidación será esta vela, aunque sabiendo que XRP le gusta jugar sucio el juego. Y la otra cosa es, tenía yo esta línea meme ya puesta. Esto lo había visto como un fallo a la baja, pero en realidad es un fallo a la alza y ahora estás cayendo por debajo de la línea meme, lo que me da y sugiere que vas a los 2.90 hasta los 2.80 y ahí deberías de rebotar para dar continuación, y de no rebotar, esto sería la verga una vez que caigas de 2.50. Listo. Así de fácil, cabrones. Así de fácil. Vamos con Tesla. Ready for Tesla, sir.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, Tetsi girl. I mean, wow, what a nice move up. Definitely just said, hold my beer. Let me take Alex's short out. You know, and like, we'll talk about this zone. Why did we short? It was very logical to me. I mean, specifically when you're gauging the weekly, you're just dealing in the same region that you did massively reject last time. I mean, the range, right? Majority of things just range. $300 was the low. You moved up. You found resistance at that $370 area, 369 for the culture, and then rolled over. But here you see, yeah, that didn't occur. You got an actual breakout. We identified that low volatility, giving us a breakout. For me, the objective was 370. I didn't expect 420 to be hit this fast. But nevertheless, it's not surprising, specifically on this daily candle close. I'm not surprised we slingshot it up to the next region. But now, you know, we're at that $417 mark. And to me, we have a little gap here. And if we ended up getting a pullback, it still would be bullish. So then we're going to gauge that on the daily, right? The daily holding above 400, what is it, $417 is good. That then could open up consolidation. And we often say this, these gaps can be traps. You don't need to immediately fill them. but you can just consolidate. This consolidation simply could just lead to short scaling, assuming they're going to get an easy move, maybe even a retest, right? What was massive resistance just broke out. So I want it now instead of a rejection. It's very easy. We'll just still keep this zone. It's a major zone for Tesla. If you ended up holding, very likely to go up to that $450 region, very close to the all-time high. But if you ended up, rolling over from this point, you very well could retest this region and then go up. The weekly to me is in a fresh higher high, so nothing would be of concern of that. And even more so, you have that weekly 9 steadily moving up now. So for me, and to today's close, I'm not really looking to position on Tesla. It took my short out, fine, perfectly okay. I understand now the weekly is in a nice uptrend. We have a higher high, and we're at a major zone here, a big range where, from this high to the low, we're talking about a 10.8% range. So far, that's been nice. But this is where it becomes very interesting, because if you start going to the monthly, and again, let me just straighten this line out. We like straightness here. This is a big spot. You have 15 days. What can you identify here? Well, you have a wick high rejection that was formed basically the 2021 cycle high for Tesla. You went down aggressive from this point. Okay, cool. You had a nice move up, but any move in this region has been solidly rejected on the monthly. So into this monthly, I really want to gauge this $415 region very carefully. Because if we end up doing that consolidation scenario and holding, and then we go into October, right, holding above that $415 mark, then yeah, there will literally be nothing but a new all-time high brewing for Tesla. But it's still 15 days, and this is still a massive zone. Each and every time we've gone up to the zone on the monthly, we've rejected. So it is something to be watching and paying attention to. Now, what if you don't close above $415 and you get the pullback scenario I talked about on the weekly? Well, again, visually, it's still not bearish, really. You're just still within this range. But as long as you're holding above that $370 region, that is essentially the line that avoids major dumps for Tesla. I mean, you can just see here, you lost it, bearish retest. That was the beginning of a major dump. I'll go to the weekly here. You really should just collapse at this point, right? Like you lost support, you held it for a little bit, lost it in February, and you rejected it. This rejection was a massive one. Took you all the way down. So that's why that $371 is still a major spot for me. We're now in the midst of a new range. And there's not enough data on the daily for me to feel confident on a move down or a move up from here. Better to just sit on your hands and wait. You also have daily volatility only at 40%. And what is this? 0 sessions of 0%, 5 sessions of 0% volatility. Pretty epic. I mean, 4 was 3, 4. We ever had 5?
I think this is the biggest one.
Yeah, this is the biggest one. So it's just in the spot where, you can't afford a pullback, high or low, perfectly okay. But you also could just keep moving up from here. And we've seen Tesla actually do this before, where it just simply just starts going up like 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, rejection, and then you get the chop. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. Not enough data yet to feel confident in positioning. I'm totally flat on Tesla. I took my short idea out. The stop loss was very minimal. And so now in this region, I just, right over here, the stop loss is very minimal. Now in this region, I just simply want to watch very carefully where this daily is going to actually close. Because the more dailies you get, the more data you'll have. And then we can actually work on that. All right, you can just see reclaim, hold as support, you did expand. So you are in a region where you can easily get a pullback, but you also can expand. For me, I'm just going to play what I know. We know we have a gap. We know the daily 9 has moved all the way to $369. Beautiful number. You also see the weekly 9 will essentially move up to this region, solidifying that 370 support. if we're always trading extremities, this is the spot where you don't long. This is aggressive longing. And generally, aggressive longing does lead to painful moves for bulls. So for me, rather, let's wait for 370. We've seen this region reject before. We haven't held it, and we've dumped. So if the daily today loses that $415 area, that could be confluence of maybe a local top. Doesn't mean Tesla's bearish. It can absolutely afford a pullback here. If we end up deviating, then you have an obvious short setup. You're targeting the gap fill. And specifically, you want just 369 to actually be flipped into support before moving up. You've seen this before. You've expanded, then you've had a pullback. That pullback did give you a bounce, 17% from this 370 region. The issue was it just couldn't sustain it. You then deviated, broke down, no actual bounce, lost this region, and then that was the start of a collapse. So for me, moving forward, sitting on my hands, need more daily candle closures for me to feel confident bidding Tesla. But that doesn't mean that we can't have a plan moving forward. So you see the dailies at extremes. For me, if we get a pullback, minor at all, I'm going to be looking at that low 370 as the opportunity zone. As long as you hold 370, that's the spot to bid. You're simply using a September 9th low as your higher low. And so that could mean that, well, you can move all the way down. You could even break this, hit the 21, move up, not close dailies under 370. Use this as your last higher low. You just simply have bullish trend, which will bleed into the macro, looking very good, right? Even the 2 week just closed. You're in a breakout. Absolutely can afford a little pullback here. And this pullback, which would be a retest of the top side of the 38.2%, would be a gap fill. So maybe we are going to get that within this week, maybe potentially. Could line up with maybe Bitcoin getting that pullback, Coinbase getting the pullback, just more of those high risk assets following the highest risk asset, which is Bitcoin. So that's kind of what I have. That's what I'm watching. Still just really need more data for Tesla, but it's looking very good. And for this, environment, I'm just going to play what I know. And I know 371s, these spot bulls need to absolutely hold. Now, if we keep holding above 415, awesome. That's just, we're holding the range lows. We're going to go up to 450. There, you could then get the pullback. Perfectly fine. But if you do today lose 415, that's your confirmation of maybe that deeper pullback. Wouldn't be longing Tesla in here at all. It's not worth it. I mean, it really could just dump 10% or pump 10%. So that's, I don't like gambling like that. We need more data. Let's just watch and wait. Bid the extremity low, play trend. If you get this, you know exactly where you're wrong because you have your higher low. So that at least makes it easy.
Yeah, at that point, you might as well just fucking throw a coin up in the air and just go heads and tails. And then I'm going to go up if I'm going to bet long heads and short tails, right?
Basically, if that's what you're like trading right now in this region, shorting or even longing, it's a total gamble. You're in a 10% up or down range that equals liquidations for 10x or higher. So I just be very aware of that. The extremity will be easy, even on your chart. 370 is just like visually, you can see it's a big spot. You go to there, I'd watch that for reaction.
Yeah. I just, I got a feeling that it's going to just do a little bit of this chop right here. Maybe.
It could, though. It could, specifically on that weekly, or it was the 2 week, whichever had the lowest volatility. That's really significant. So
I think it's
you very well could just chop like that, hold 414, and then move up to a new high.
Yeah, it's weekly.
But still, 2 to 3 daily candle closures will help you at least with that.
Yeah, for sure. For fucking sure. Thank you very much, senor. That's really it for you boys. Anything else you'd like to add before you go and enjoy your Dia de la Independencia?
Nothing for me, boys. Great stream. I'll see you on the Discord and watch the trading alerts because we are getting setups for this week.
Sounds good. Mr. Farjano, Mr. Cochiloco.
Adios and buenas tardes, and enjoy your Dia de la Independencia.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, boys.
All right. You boys enjoy. Take care.
Adios, Cochiloco.
Alguien me mandó un mensaje, quiero ser exitoso. ¿Me podrías ayudar? Quiero apalancarme. Eso no quiere decir que vayas a ser exitoso, eso quiere decir que vas a perder un chingo de dinero. Excelente. Bueno, estamos viendo Tesla, damas y caballeros, haciendo lo imposible, lo que hemos hablado, ¿no? Justamente. Ahora, les voy a enseñar esta tabla, déjenme saco la de 2 semanas, la arreglamos así para que vean máximo, mínimo, mínimo más alto, máximo más alto, mínimo más alto. Vamos a ir a hacer un alto más alto que este, puede, no está fuera de la jugada, ¿no? Lo pueden ver acá. Y eso sería arriba de $489. Aunque hemos estado muy, muy poco tiempo por arriba de esta zona, ¿ok? Y aquí es donde yo quiero poner una línea meme provisional en este momento. Acá. En los 432, 433. Y voy a usar esto para que se vea todavía más evidente. Y es más, denme un segundo. La pondría así. Déjeme ver dónde quedó. 428, 430. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué? Porque por encima de esta línea meme vas para arriba. Y no llegando a cruzar esta línea meme a la alza, no vas a venir a tocar esto y esto va a dar este fue tu alto, bajo, alto. Puede ser un bajo más alto o un bajo más bajo que este. Y ya saben, y continuar. Así que lo que estamos viendo en este momento es la expansión de volatilidad que efectivamente se da. Una, dos, exactamente. Ya tienes una sesión donde expandió y en esta segunda continuó, ¿ok? En la de 2 semanas. La cosa es, no les quiero hacer el cuento tan pesado en nada de esto, ¿ok? Las líneas memes para esta tabla funcionan perfecto, pero perfecto, y lo han visto y están siendo varios de ustedes beneficiados de ello. Acá, si podemos aguantar los 4.14 y no llevarnos el mínimo esta vela, yo creo que vamos a chopear acá tantito, ¿no? Vean cuántas estuvimos, 1, 2, técnicamente 3, 4, casi 5 semanas en este rango. Digo, 10 semanas en este rango, porque son velas de 2 semanas. Esta es la primera y acaba de abrir ahorita esta vela. Entonces, todavía nos queda toda esta semana y la semana que sigue para cerrarla. Yo creo que el chopeo real va a ocurrir ahí. Están viendo también que en la diaria, en la semanal, tenemos un setup de volatilidad del más fuerte que viene de toda la historia en la acción de Tesla. Esto debería de ayudarnos a subir a máximos históricos, pero recuerda que esto se puede dar la vuelta en cuanto sea. Estamos en 40.87% de volatilidad y deberías de tomar nota de ello. Para ver si va a continuar o si se va a contraer y va a echarse para atrás. Pero de esto continuar, estás hablando de tu alto histórico junto con mi siguiente objetivo que nos llevaría a los $728. Que puede dar, por cierto, eso puede darse en días, ¿no? Lo hemos visto como Tesla hace y se van literalmente a altos históricos. Lo que yo diría es, esto por debajo de los 397 te va a llevar a 370. Y aquí en 370 a 350 es donde vas a encontrar soporte. De perder este soporte, olvídalo, este fue tu máximo y vas probablemente a buscar 330, 300 hasta los 269. Pero por ahora no tienes por qué preocuparte de nada de esto. Estás aquí arriba, lo único que tienes, y si te llevo a la diaria, que también la diaria está expandiendo volatilidad, junto con este movimiento, ¿no?, de volatilidad nula, que es potentísimo. Si te llevo a la diaria, puedes ver acá. Y algo que déjame ver, exactamente. ¿Qué te está diciendo el HPDR? Está en extremos, estás ya en el 95%, llegaste a la zona entre el 95 y el 97%. Tu siguiente objetivo acá van a ser $440. Ahora, de no poder aguantar los 418, podrías tranquilamente venir a los 395. Esta zona debería aguantar, pero aquí hay un gap. Este gap no creo que te lo vaya a dar tan fácil. Yo creo que esto va a dar continuación a la alza, pero lo que sí veo es, en la diaria estando tan en extremos, vamos a chopear unos cuantos días en esta zona. Eso es lo que personalmente yo estoy viendo en esto. Creo que vamos a tener un poco de acción de chopeo antes de continuar e ir a buscar esas últimas 2 semanas antes del anuncio de resultados de Tesla y con ello básicamente decir bye bye, ahí quedó todo ese pedo. Estamos mal, pierdes los 2.95 a la baja y pierdes los 3.70, esto vas a venir a revisitar esta zona, ¿ok? Pero por ahora tiene cara de esto. Y ahora, el trade, ¿dónde está el trade en esto, Alejandro? Porque lo puedo usar en BTCC. Ok, aquí no hay trade. Yo diría que con la fuerza y con toda la volatilidad y momentum apuntando para arriba, si quieres entrar en corto acá es un suicidio. Pero también si quieres entrar en long es lo que está jugando esto. Esto, si no se mueve rápido, debería de atrapar una gran cantidad de gente que esté en long, hacer esto, ir por debajo del promedio de el gap, porque todo el mundo va a creer que el gap va a hacer todo, meterle la verga a toda la gente que está en long, venir acá a la zona de nadie y rebotar con fuerza para llegar. Por eso no es una zona de long esta donde estás, porque tu invalidación está muy abajo, cabrón. Muy, muy abajo. Y es zona de corto, sí, porque tu invalidación está aquí arribita, $6 arriba, $7 arriba, pero el problema que tienes es volatilidad en todas las temporalidades expandiendo. Así que no le juegues al verga, espérate a ver cómo sale esto. Y ahora, entraron ustedes desde abajo conmigo y nos vamos a ya vender esto o qué vamos a hacer. Básicamente tenemos que, ¿cómo se dice? Ok, entraste en abril, que te fue bastante bien, ¿no? Que es una subida ya de casi 100%. ¿Qué hago acá? ¿Vendo o me aguanto? Depende de tu plan. A mí no me gusta tanto el riesgo. Yo ya en esta zona estaría contento. Si fuera a vender mis posiciones porque ya la tengo por más de un año, me llevaría el 100%. Hacer el doble de tu lana en 6 meses. Digamos que no es fácil. Yo me lo llevaría tal cual. Si quieres esperar al máximo histórico, bien, podría venir tranquilo y también podría pasarse, irse a los 728. Pero también podría darse la vuelta y literalmente un alto más bajo y caer, ¿no? Porque recordemos, hay una cosa de la que Tesla no se va a poder escapar y eso es el peor trimestre de la historia en el último cuarto del año. Y ahí ustedes deciden, yo sé, es que el coche, los robots y FSD, la verga, ok, pero la gente apuesta a ello o la gente idiota sale a decir, no, ve qué poquitos coches vendió Tesla. Normalmente salen a decir eso y espantan a todos los demás. Así que yo no estoy apurado acá pensando que nos vamos a máximos históricos. Estoy contento de estar dentro del ride, pero no me importa ahorita vender no por mi problema, por querer beneficiar mis impuestos lo más posible, o sea, pagar lo menos posible. Y pues me lo quedo y me lo voy a aguantar y yo lo que quiero es que vuelva a bajar. Se va a dar el escenario, alguien me preguntó, ¿crees que todavía es el escenario? Digo, no estaría fuera del mercado si no creería que se fuera a dar, pero ese soy yo. Puede que esté mal, puede que Tesla se vaya a 720 y que nunca más vuelva a bajar de eso y que se quede ahí para siempre el resto de la historia. El mercado continúe subiendo, Bitcoin se vaya a 400,000 millones de dólares, todo continúe para arriba. Claro que existe esa posibilidad, lo sé. Entonces, siempre esperando a que haya un descuento mínimo en la bolsa. Cuando haya pánico, ahorita no hay nada de pánico, no voy a comprar nada. Solo compré Lucid, que continuamos muy arriba. Pero es lo único que han visto que he agregado al nuevo portafolio, vamos a decirlo, para no hablar de los demás ya y dejarlo así. Voy a ver rápido el chat de Elite Trading Academy. Veamos. Veamos. Me pregunta Chio si conozco o he escuchado de Top Step. Top Step no es como lo que hacen de trading en colaboración, pero no sé nada, o sea, no sé nada de eso, solamente sé eso. Y what's going on, Vini? Bueno, se vino a dar una vuelta Vini por acá. Y ustedes me estaban preguntando Ramón me dijo que, ¿qué pedo con Nvidia? Si le hago un corto. Yo no le haría corto a este pedo ahorita, no. No. No, tu invalidación está muy arriba. Podrías hacerla con los 180 y quedarte con una invalidación de $3. Tienes también volatilidad que dejó de expandir, pero puede darse la vuelta acá. Dame un segundo. Bye, baby. Ok, love you. Promedio del 5 en la semanal y del 9. Estamos por encima de. Esto es alcista. En la diaria estás por encima de todos tus promedios. Eso es alcista. 2 semanas también. Mensual, muy por encima de. Trimestral. No, yo no. 12 horas. Vamos a ver si la de 12 horas mínimo es bajista. No, alcista. No, esto te daría un movimiento muy chico, Ramón, a la baja. Por la cantidad de riesgo que existe en esto, toda la postura de esta tabla es alcista. Hasta la de 4 horas, cabrón. Y aparte tienes un cruce plateado en la de 4 horas. Puede que el 9 te dé en realidad un long. Acá, para que lo tengas. Yo no entraría en corto en esto simplemente por cómo se ve la tabla. Es todo así rápido, ¿no? Para aventármela y no decirte mamadas. Es lo que yo estaría pensando. Un segundo. Y ahora sí. Ya se va a aprender esta. ¿Quién nos viera? Que sí funcionan las cosas en este canal, brother. Pues vale, ahí los dejo con todo esto el día de hoy. Muchísimas gracias a todos los que vinieron. Ahorita nos vamos a ver en un buen Nadie me preguntó, por supuesto. Tengo varios ya, ahora sí que quiero hacer. Este fin de semana no quise hacer nada. Los videos de Charlie se fueron viral y ahora sí que no me puedo meter ni siquiera, le estaba diciendo a mi vieja, no me puedo meter ni a mi Twitter a platicar con la gente que normalmente platico porque está llena de respuestas y no sé qué. No me interesa para nada eso. No lo hago para hacerme viral. Entonces me voy a salir, no quiero que la gente me vea, que esto se vaya y ya podemos seguir dentro de nuestro clubcito. No me gusta eso, ya lo experimenté, no me interesa para nada. Así que hoy toca, nadie me preguntó, mañana toca, nadie me preguntó y tenemos más. Ahora sí estamos llenos de muchas cosas buenas. Así que los voy a ver en un rato. Gracias a todos ustedes por estar por acá, acompañarme. Pórtense bien y nos vemos pronto, ¿ok? Nos vemos en la próxima, tíos. Pues vale, esto fue...